7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, open up your YouTube app. What are we going to see on there?
Open up my YouTube app. Okay.
Type in TMA STL, and then you will gather in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with other friends who have decided to do so on a beautiful Tuesday morning in St. Louis, Missouri. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. I can't get the app open. Well, I'm trying. You got to subscribe.
No, you don't. You can just open up. You don't have to subscribe.
Okay,
I mean, 6,060 people have.
Okay.
But, yeah, Jake Reynolds is in there. He says, "Morning, boys. Left at the top of the fifth inning last night. You're welcome." That's Jake Reynolds. That was the first comment I saw, anyway, in the Michelob Ultra.
So Rally Reynolds leaves, Cards win. Tonight he needs to go and leave.
And then the Cardinals will win. Doug?
Well, why would we get a "you're welcome"? Because he left.
Jake, call in 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines, and I'll thank him.
Okay.
Doesn't sound like Doug will, but you've been known for your lack of gratitude. They call you an ingrate.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Seems like it's working. The less people show up, the more they win, Doug. We can do this. Let's do it again tonight. Let's go for a new low in attendance and another walk-off.
They set a record last night for low attendance.
17,765, or was it 17,675? You guess. One of those two.
By the way, the Cardinals are coming to large for long.
How about that?
Yeah.
Was that Larry?
Hello, wild card. Haven't seen you around these parts. 5.5 now, fellas.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess you
Martin,
can
sounds like Martin.
ignore that. You guys watching the games at this point?
No.
You're not watching.
How was it work, watching the game?
Got an obligation to be honest.
I have to tell you, I think under the radar, and I don't know if this was noted anywhere, I think Mr. DeWitt was sitting in the seats, and I haven't seen Big Bill at a game in a long time. Unless I'm mistaken, during the Contreras
to
ejection.
help with the attendance count.
Yeah, he was trying to juice the number a little bit. All right, we have a theory, too. Producer Dave at the 2 Fox Number saying last night that of late, the green seats have been pretty full. And we're like, are they just letting Hoosiers down there? Like,
I think
open the gates?
I think they're probably all season tickets. And because people pay so much, they give them away, and you can go and eat there all night. It's like dinner.
I know, but I felt like it was part of the leaning out of the whole building, and yet lately that has been rather Now, I understand if somebody offers you a green seat, you're going.
Yeah.
But it seems lately they have been more packed than ever, and I thought, boy, are they just... Because that's the first thing you see visually is behind home plate. Seems like they're stacking the deck a little bit.
With cardboard cutouts back there?
Yes.
Yeah, I think if somebody hands you a ticket like that, you say, okay, I'll go for the free food.
If I gave you green seats tonight, Doug, are you going?
Probably.
Sure.
Yeah.
Jackie, if I give you green seats tonight, is there a WNBA preseason game or anything?
Oh, funny. Yeah.
Oh, you got LOL and funnied.
Yes, I would go.
Okay.
For the food, right?
That'd be a part of it.
Yeah.
Food, drink.
Chancey
Merriment.
Merriment was literally the word that was going to come out of my
Nice,
mind.
man. Looks like there's a new alliance forming.
We might be in
Doug
some-
and Jackie Papers.
Some sort of tantric mind meld.
It could have been.
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys are going to practice tantric sex together.
No.
That's what Jackson just said. I can play it back for you if I learn how to run the board.
First thing is completing each other's sentences. The next.
Sting, and Sting made that up all those years?
Sting and Trudy, Doug. Sting and Trudy.
Trudy?
Trudy.
Yeah.
What, are you making fun of people's names now? First their wealth, now their names?
Is Trudy short for something?
Gertrude.
Really?
Aye.
Sting's wife is named Trudy.
And they practice tantric lovemaking like you and Doug.
And then later he said, well, not really. I think he recanted. Because everybody's
Sting?
like, everybody's like,
Well,
wow.
is this an official statement? You gave
I
this to the
believe,
Supreme
okay, now I'm
Court?
doing it.
And then he acknowledged it was essentially monthly
I
mish.
wanted to talk Burley, now I'm knee deep. All right, here we go.
Talk about being dishonest with the audience.
Trudy's kind of a cute little name. You could see that coming back. Gertrude is kind of rough.
But that's the thing, is you're not just going to name somebody Trudy.
What about Gertie? And that was Drew Barrymore in 1982's
Yeah.
E.T.
Well, some of those old names are coming back, so
Such as?
could be. Oh, you hear a lot of. I've heard some Mabels and
Really?
yeah,
I know 3 Esthers.
Esther.
Esther, really?
My age, yeah. Esthers. No Ethels, though.
Like to see Ethel back. Ethel
Yeah.
Merman, Doug, is one of your...
Ethel
One of my all-time favorites.
Yeah. Ethel.
I had,
What
an
about
aunt,
Viv Vance?
I had an aunt named Yuda.
Yuda?
Yuda. Haven't heard that from anyone since.
I'll buy a green seat if Tim would sit on my lap. That's from Professor Roy Hinckley.
We're going to do this
off and
again, are
running.
we?
Doug, I think we are going to do this again.
Okay.
Tim, it looks like in 2014, James Lipton, remember that guy, the host?
Oh, yeah, no longer with us.
Inside
Bradley Cooper was one of his students.
Inside the actor's studio.
Which is essentially now Movie Boy.
Wow.
Not the same guest list.
James Lipton asked Sting about the infamous quote regarding tantric
Oh, good
sex.
for James Lipton.
He
Wow.
went there. When Sting allegedly said that he and his wife Trudy would have 8-hour lovemaking sessions. Sting has since backpedaled, saying the whole thing was a joke.
Yeah.
No.
8 hours would wear anyone out, wouldn't it?
If we had 7
Jackson?
hours, I would demonstrate, Sting said. People laughed. It's a spiritual act, he said.
Yeah.
He said the 7 hours included movies and dinner.
Oh, yeah. What?
So he got all the buzz.
So
and
you
then-
get like burger and fries, and that's all part of the tantric
Yes.
sex?
And
Yeah.
you and Doug have what, a tantric mind meld?
Yeah.
There's something going on.
In the
I don't
midst
know.
of it.
It's true. I came up with one word he was thinking about.
Well, that's-
Merriment. The word was merriment.
That's how it always starts.
That is true. Text into the program if you're having tantric lovemaking this morning, 314-399-9646.
Call in.
Yeah, that might be even better.
The tail end of it.
Yeah, if you could. And you can also get involved in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Jake Reynolds would like to be thanked. And that's youtube.com/TMASTL. And Doug's Fix Gong says, "This team sucks." Doug, that is.
Okay. They just discovered that today.
Beat the Pirates. The Pirates, the hottest team in baseball, Doug.
They were.
Took their measure.
Yeah. Nobody comes in here and slaps this team around unless it's like the Rockies.
How about our guy Burley? 4 hits. He's a keeper, Doug. Let's start making a list. Kick him or keeper? You want to kick him out
No,
or keep
I'm
him?
gonna keep him.
He's a keeper?
Yeah.
Where is he playing?
I think
Wherever
he's
he
playing
wants.
left field.
Yeah, he is in left field. All right.
Here's the plan I thought of last night.
All right.
If I was Heimblum.
Doug Vaughn's plan for
Okay.
2026.
You try your darndest to move Contreras and Arenado. If you can't, and you probably can't, Contreras is your first baseman, Arenado is a bench player. You package Gorman and Nootbaar and try to get a starting pitcher. Maybe a number 2, number 3 quality starting pitcher. You keep Gray.
Do you think
Whether
you
Holt's your third
Can you
baseman.
get a 2 or a 3 for the Gorman Walker package?
Hopefully you can get a 3 from somebody.
Okay.
You don't think you could?
I don't know.
How about a 4?
Okay, I'll take a 4.
Okay.
I just think their value is down right
You
now.
got McGreevy and you got Sonny Gray starters, and this third pitcher, hopefully you can get in a trade.
Okay.
You're going to have to free agent a pitcher that we don't know yet. And number 5 is either Leahy or Liberatore. The loser goes into long relief. Then you got Weatherholt at third, Wynn at short, Donovan at second, Contreras pitching. And I think you tell Herrera you're going to spend your offseason learning how to catch better. We need that bat behind the plate, not as a DH, not in left field. I don't think he's a great DH. He's not a great left fielder. He's not a great defensive catcher either. But if you could turn him into a better defensive catcher, he'd be a real asset to have behind the plate.
Okay. So
would be-
Burley's in the left.
O'Brien is your closer.
Okay. Who's in center? VC?
A Church.
Church?
Wow,
He's a
you
merch.
just bought and closed your stock.
Burleson in left, Church in center, and Walker in right.
Walker and
So
right.
JC a bench player, Victor Scott a bench player, Arenado bench, and one of the catchers, Pajes or Pozo. Pick one or the other.
Okay. All right.
There's your plan.
And what's your fan graphs with that roster? What do we got? Got you 82 wins? Too high?
That's about what you'd get.
Okay.
Might as well bring back Fetty for next year. It's not like it's going to matter. Doug, that's MD 2020 in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
No, you might as well not bring back older pitchers. You might as well try to develop some younger pitchers.
And while McGreevy hasn't been great, every time I see him, I think of Eric Fetty. And I think of all the stupid starts they kept making when he was begging basically not to be out there. His post-game comments would even allude, and they would just roll him back out there. Well, maybe he'll be better. Well, let's just roll him back out there. And McGreevy doesn't look like an ace, but he does seem to always just kind of settle in. He'll get you 6 innings.
Right. He could be one of the 5.
And you got a $30 million ace who can only go 5, so I'll take 6 from the kid.
Hey, Doug, that team would win 65 games. That's from Martin's buddy Kwame Voyukis IV.
Yeah, you're not close to winning 95 games, but I'm just trying to be reasonable.
So you filled out a roster. You're not real proud of it, but you did get it done.
Well, it'd be realistic. I mean, they're not going to go out and buy 6 new free agents who are all 24-year-old stars. That's not going to happen.
Sounds like they'll have a top 5 draft pick after next year. That's from the 314.
Well, they might.
Baseball's going the way of boxing. The Destin-loving fats in this town have moved on to the Chiefs season already. That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle. The Destin-loving fats? DLF?
Gosh.
Well, I think the org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
I don't know that it is.
Chairman Steve in Wildwood is active this morning, and he's high on Doug's guy as well. Doug's right. Nathan Church is too cute not to keep. Plus, with the ink, I think he's fun. Is that the reason why you like him in center?
Yeah, I think he's fun with the ink. He just looks like a promising player to me.
What if the new Pobo sat down and said, well, he's too cute not to keep?
Well, hopefully they wouldn't let that get out. Well, do you see some other big move they could possibly make that would turn things around?
No,
in 1 year?
I don't think you're that far off in terms of reasonable moves you can make. You do have to trade some pieces. Like you said, if you could package Gorman, Newtbar, it's a little bit of a call into a Bob Burns show where we're just going to start packaging players in hopes that we can get Nolan Ryan for our package. We'll give them 4 guys if they'll give us Nolan Ryan.
Well, there are teams like the Pirates that do have some promising young pitchers that don't have much offense at all. And they might take a shot with 2 guys that have potential that don't make a lot of money. You got to find a trading partner like that.
It is amazing that they're in this position, and yet you also have roster glut or just a clogged roster, and yet you're not a very good team, and yet you have all these players in the way.
They keep waiting for someone to emerge, and not many players have. Maybe Burleson has. I think Wynn is definitely a keeper. Did you see the play he made last night backing up third base? That was really something. That was really something.
And he kind of downplayed it in the postgame, like, well, I mean, that's kind of what I do, back up third. It was a really great play because he also had to lunge. Not only did he back up, but he had to lunge to make the catch to save some runs from scoring. But the throw by Lay was horrific.
Awful.
And nobody even mentioned that because they're like, wow, look at Wynn. Wow, what a great job by Mason Wynn. And meanwhile, Kyle Lay just airmailed the throw.
I have never seen that play made. In all the baseball I've watched, I've never seen anybody be able to do that. And it saved a run or 2.
Yeah, could have been 2. And he's playing hurt. He's all right. He's a keeper, Doug.
I think he's
kick him or keep him.
Keep him.
Okay.
Keep him.
Tim, I got 2 from kick him or keep him.
And that is Alec Burleson and Mason Wynn.
Yep. Okay. I got 2.
All right.
We're going to build from that.
From these ashes, a phoenix will rise.
Yeah. And while Walker still hasn't done it, I think it's a year early to give up on him.
Yeah, might as well. Need to field the team next year.
Early got the bat to get it done.
That pitch he hit for a home run last night, it was like at his ankles. It was a good pitch.
Were there anybody more delighted than the broadcasters that thing wasn't going to extra innings? 2 outs in the 9th. How do you do? Don't have to stick around, boys.
I would argue I was right there with them because we had a show at 10:30, and it was sort of predicated on that game being over. And Riley O'Brien, while he seems like a nice fella, might have gotten MF'd a few times in the old 2 Fox office last night because that was a killer.
Remember the days when you couldn't show highlights until the game was over?
Yes.
God, you talk about a show killer. You got a minute and a half going for Cardinal highlights.
Just give some takes.
Extra innings. What do we got? We got nothing.
Just put up some scoreboards and, well, take a looking here around. Oh, the Dodgers are leading the Reds in the early going out on the West Coast. Hey, if you are feeling a little sluggish this morning, maybe that's a symptom of low testosterone. If you are working out but not putting on muscle like you used to, that can also be a symptom of low testosterone. This is where Mentality can help you out. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Energy can come roaring back. Belly fat can burn off. Muscle can strengthen, and you can feel like yourself again, confident, driven, and ready to tackle life. It's Mentality. If you are interested in getting tested, which I have done in and out in 20 minutes, visit mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio. There was a big event at that game last night that is getting national attention. It was Wilson Contreras' ejection. We will have the sound, the reaction from it. That is all coming your way next here on TMA. We have a market that is buzzing here in St. Louis.
From this ball club?
That's right.
Yeah, they love this club. I feel like the org is in a good position.
Nice.
Just 17 back with a 1.4% chance of getting into the playoffs. Who doesn't like that?
Nice.
Color me intrigued.
65 and 67. Hello again, everybody. Why, there are 30 games left in this season, and Doug, the Cardinals could be a 95-win club.
Yeah, that would get him in. Wouldn't win the division, probably, but it would get a wild card.
Yep.
See, the Rockies were officially eliminated, I believe, on Sunday. Isn't that amazing? They were still alive. They were still hanging in there officially till Sunday.
They're 37 and 94.
Yeah.
I like my Cardinals over 76.5 and my White Sox over 52.5. I'm feeling good. Those White Sox, Doug, they're on a heater.
Oh, yeah.
Having won 3 in a row.
They've already won 48. They should get to 53 easy.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners. Cash call's going to be light this week. Things are happening.
Tim, are you taking any dossier-related questions?
I am. I know that Doug is not available to take questions.
Not yet, no.
In segment 9-2 today, I'm wondering if this is a new, fresh entry.
This could be the official end of the alliance.
No, love me some papers. I think it's a new segment that he's launched. It's called, because we have Clearing the Deck, we have Under Construction, a look around the sporting world, we have College Corner, we have another College Corner. But in 9-2, it says, from the desk of Jack B.
From the desk of Jack B. Doug does not like it, and he wasn't going to take
Get
questions.
your nose out of the air.
It's like stationary.
Is that new, is all I'm asking.
It's a cousin, a second cousin maybe, of airing of grievances.
Oh, okay.
It's a little bit more tame, a little more mature,
It's the cousin.
a little more
Cousins.
curious, a
They're
little
not
more
brothers,
curious,
they're not sisters.
and declarative.
Well, I look forward from the desk of Jack B. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, it's a
intrigued.
deep tease. He's
It
not
is.
spoiling the
Desk
question.
of
Doug, that's in the
Jack
Stiefel dossier
B.
in 9-2. You can participate in this program, which is called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel, where many friends have gathered. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Here's how you can get involved. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat youtube.com/TMASTL, and you can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Really strong performance by Buck Swope yesterday, and he is tied for the lead with Kevin Miller and Riot's dad. They all have 3 wins, Doug. Midge has 2 wins. The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has a win. The listener to be named later has a win. And old Bill Riley has a win as well. Jackson, did Buck Swope use those 4 tickets and parking pass that producer Joe and his landing strip provided to the show yesterday?
I hope so. All I did was give Prod Joe the information of who won. After that, I don't really follow up.
But it seems like he and Buck might be running partners.
I could see them enjoy it, but 4 tickets and a parking pass, you know.
Yeah, how do you do?
You can literally go for free.
Beautiful night
You don't
outside.
need to drink anything. It costs you nothing.
Yeah.
Doug, I deep teased this. If they did go to the game together, they got to witness Wilson Contreras' ejection, and here is how it sounded last night.
Hit the lever, please, Pale.
You bet.
And Oli Marmol just got tossed from this game. Or was it Wilson Contreras?
Yeah, I think it was Contreras walking away. He certainly continued to look back. He's saying he didn't say anything. Now he's saying all those things he said he didn't say.
Wow, Oli's got to hold him back. Now Oli's been tossed. Now somebody fires a whole box of bubble gum out onto the field between the plate and first.
Well, certainly the frustration taking over for Contreras in this one. Walking the whole way, looking, obviously saying something behind as Cardinals bat boys have to pick up the mess that assuming Contreras threw out there.
I mean, Wilson was hot, and then my guess is that he heard something, and then Mount Vesuvius happened.
Base hit.
Wilson Contreras, following the game, was adamant that he did not say anything to the home plate umpire. Here he is.
I'm still wondering, to be honest. I don't think he had a reason to throw me out. I didn't argue any pitch in any at-bat. I didn't argue any pitch in my last at-bat. The only thing I said was, call the pitcher both sides because you're missing for us. That's it. And then I turn around. The next thing I hear, like, he threw me out. He had no reason for it. Apparently, he heard something that I said. I did not say that. And then after that, I'll just leave it at that.
Also, did he communicate to you what he thought you said?
Yeah, he did. He did, but I'm not going to say it. I just want to leave it at that.
How surprised were you that the ejection came?
I was just walking back to the dugout with my head down. I knew I struck out on a good pitch. I didn't argue any of the pitch in any at bat today because I know he's a good umpire. But the only thing bad I said was call those pitches both sides. And that's it. And it kind of surprised me because I know the game is by one. At that point it was by one. I don't want to get thrown out in a close game like that.
Was the frustration because he said something that you didn't say? That's where your frustration?
Yes. And then I was like, that irritates me a lot because I didn't say that, and that's when I exploded.
Wilson, you agreed with the pitch because you were walking away, right?
Yeah.
That's
what I'm saying. Like, I knew it was a good pitch. I wasn't arguing about it. I just say call it both ways because you're missing for us. And then I just heard that you're out. I was like, why? Because you said this. I was like, no, I didn't. And then Oli got there, and then you said that, no, I didn't. And then he keeps saying the same thing that he got mad.
Speaking to a pool reporter, crew chief Jordan Baker, who is not the umpire behind home plate, that was Derek Thomas, said both Contreras and Marmol were ejected for, quote, saying vulgar stuff to the home plate umpire, Derek Thomas. When asked if there was belief that Contreras intentionally made contact with an umpire, Baker said, quote, there was contact made. We're going to review the tape and what the office sends to us, and we'll send the report in to Major League Baseball and let them handle that part of it, end quote.
Did I miss the contact? Because he turned around. He was walking away. If you didn't see the video, he's walking away. It seemed rather innocuous, and then he just went nuts. So clearly that's, as he said, he was accused, he got thrown out, and then he got mad. Descalso, who I'm sure is not as big as Contreras, was wrestling Contreras as best he could, but I'm going to have to watch it back.
I'm looking at it right now.
Did you see umpire?
I've gone through this like the Zapruder film at this point.
Maybe a little shoulder, little peck-to-peck contact.
Yeah. Gosh, it's an exaggeration, I would say. Now, he went too ballistic, threw the bat, and it hit Brant Brown.
Yeah, he said he apologized to Brant Brown. He wasn't trying to do that. He didn't know
clearly he wasn't trying to hit him, but he did go a little nuts. Then he throws all the gum or candy or whatever. And did you notice it was all the bat boys? And then Burleson was out there helping him pick it up.
Right.
This guy does everything.
I choose individually wrapped.
Yeah.
I think the ump's hook was way too early. He threw him out too early.
I think it was based on a mistake. That's the
He heard
issue.
something he didn't hear.
He thought that and you can hear in the audio, Derek Thomas says to Contreras, he told Marmol, he says, he told me to F off. And he said, I didn't tell you that. And then he goes, now I'm going to tell you to F off. It'll be a wonderful little John Boy exchange.
Yes.
I often wonder
wonder
what players would do if they weren't held back. You know, they always, let me at him, and the manager or somebody gets put to. What are you going to do if there's nobody there? Are you really going to attack the umpire and possibly end your career right now? You really have that little self-control?
This might be better than release the Hoosier. Release the angry player and see what happens.
I could see his frustration, a season full of frustration coming out. But at some point, you just got to be in control of yourself. You can't be throwing equipment and acting like you're going to fight the umpire. You can't do that. You got to have better control than that. I suspect he'll be suspended a game or two. Probably hit with a big fine.
For throwing the bat.
Yeah.
Caller Ellen, who is not happy with Jackson Burkett or Chairman Kurt because
she's on the line. She's on the line.
Nope. She's just texting in. She says her calls are not getting through. Says Contreras is the most interesting player on the team. Let's keep him around at least through 2026. So I think she's going to get her wish. She's going to get another year, too.
I've said he's the closest you're going to get to Molina in terms of that pissed off, won't take anything from anybody. Gets a little banty, gets a little emotional, but he's not boring. I'll say that.
Yeah, he probably is the most interesting guy they got. No, I'll give him that. And he cares. It's obvious that he cares.
I saw a texter refer to him as a fake tough guy. I mean, as much as this guy's been drilled and plays hurt and comes back from these terrible injuries, I don't think I'd call him a fake tough guy.
Yeah, I think he's a real tough guy.
I think he is legitimately upset when things go wrong. And I think he's serious. I think we were all saying, why do you want to be here? That's basically been our question to him. And he's like, I want to win here. I want to make sure I win. And we're like, what are you doing? Like, you can't believe that. And he just keeps, Tim, you're not in. I'm just telling you, he will look.
No, I know. I'm
saying it's hard to believe.
I know that that's what he says.
He keeps saying it. And you're like, why don't you go to a winning team? Somebody would probably. He's like, no, I want to win here. He is as passionate as they come. He's not boring. I will say that's true.
No, he's not boring. I just wonder how you could lose your head to that extent. I understand being upset and arguing, but bull rushing a guy like you're going to beat him up, that goes way over the line.
Right. It was a little much. Even like Rick Horton, I heard him on the radio, heard him on the post game saying, you can't do that. That's not acceptable.
No.
The broadcasters are not known for critiquing the team, and that was one where everybody even kind of agreed. Brad Thompson, I think, even said it too. That you just can't do that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Oh, there you go.
Nice, really nice. In defense of KG, when Ellen calls, the caller ID says talking washing machine. That's from Crystal City Clamhammer, who is taking Chairman Kurt, and he just fell down. Chairman Kurt just fell down. His head was down when I looked over. Crystal City Clamhammer and Chairman Kurt are in an alliance. No one held back a Banty buck swope at a TMA trivia night, and you guys faced the consequences. That's from Manupo eligible, and he was unhappy with Jackson Burkett at St. Gabriel's, Doug.
He was, but he didn't throw a bucket of bubblegum at us.
No. Honestly, I've been preferred than rushing the stage. It's a real losing
Did he get right
battle.
in your nose?
Yeah. I put a finger right in his chest, and I ran him.
Yeah. Doug, you don't particularly like when somebody sends in a text.
I don't care for that, no.
We going to talk about Lutz getting fired at Holiday? We're talking about an almost last place club over a big shakeup in the front office for City. I thought this was a sports show. Doug, that's from Big Tuft.
Hello, la, la, la.
Lutz Fan and Steele got fired.
When you're talking soccer, you have to say he got the sack.
Oh, yeah. Or he got converted.
No, they were parting ways.
Yeah.
He wasn't fired, Jackson. They were parting ways.
Parting ways. He's looking for new opportunities. Well,
big shakeup. He was one of the original pieces to that franchise, Doug, 2020. We were looking for video of the original press conference, but it was COVID.
Oh, yeah.
Probably a press release.
2020, did I read?
And they love it in St. Louis.
Well, things went sour in a hurry, didn't they?
You got to get a new sporting director before you decide who the new gaffer is, Doug. Before you pick your gaffer, you got to get a sporting director. He was another one who was a lot of fun. For those who, fun to talk to. Probably talked a little more than they like down there, which is what we like. How will history remember the Lutz era?
Well, they're 5. It's hard to read the table. It looks like they're 5, 16, and 6, or else they're 5, 6, and 16.
They got the short end the other night. Really
it depends which standings you look at, Doug. Some like to put the draw tie second, some put it last.
Yeah, I don't care for that.
Always kind of looks like a zip code. They've played 27 games. They've won 5 times. It's not going real well.
No.
And that soccer report, Tim, courtesy Big Tuft.
Caller Ellen is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Caller Ellen.
Hey, gents. How's it going?
It's wonderful. What is the issue? You've been trying to call in and you've not been allowed on the program. What's that all about?
Well, Kurt and I just made up, so I will say part of it is my own fault because things have changed since you guys have gone big time, HD1 and all. And so it used to be a little more freewheeling on HD2, and you have like commercials and stuff. So it was just a little bit different thing to get used to, and I would immediately just be put on hold, and it would be 45 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, and I would just sort of be like, well, I guess times have changed, which is totally okay.
When was the last time you called in? Honestly, I don't recall having you on the...
a really long time, because I figured this was the new normal, and as much as I really sincerely like talking to you guys, not that much.
Oh, gosh, that hurt.
Doug just took a shot.
Oh, Doug, you know how much I love you guys. I've been here since Martin. I remember you in 2004, my man. So
How about that?
I've been around
She's an
for
original
a long time.
OG, original gangster.
I am a super duper OG, if there's such a thing as a super duper OG, which sounds really funny.
Yep.
But anyway, I just wanted to check in, tell everyone of my deep and abiding love for Wilson Contreras. And you wonder why he's mad, Doug? I mean, the guy was brought in to be the replacement for Yadi or Molina, and like in 2 weeks, he's in left field and DHing.
You think deep down last night was rooted in that?
I think it's a lot of that kind of stuff. I think he was sold a bill of goods that he's on a great team, and it's a terrible team, and it's been a terrible team. And so I just love that somebody cares.
Yeah, I don't wonder why he's mad. I'm saying there's still, as an adult, there's a way you behave yourself and a way you don't behave yourself. And throwing equipment on the field and bum rushing an umpire, that just doesn't cut it. You can't do it. No matter how mad you are. A lot of people are mad.
I'm furious. But I will say I haven't seen this particular video, so maybe it's really terrible and I'll change my mind. But, I kind of miss the old days of kicking dirt on the umpire. The manager would come out and do that. Baseball is just so boring and buttoned up. It's somebody demonstrates that he cares. I'm just sort of happy about it.
Yeah. When there's a dust-up like that last night, nobody turns away. Everybody watches. They're interested in it.
Well, it was the most interesting thing that happened last night.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. And that's, unfortunately, probably the most interesting thing that's happened all year almost.
Yeah. You don't really get a lot of those manager arguments that were so fun to watch. Those are a thing of the past.
Oh, and it's going to get worse because they're just going to be doing the auto balls and strikes next year. I mean, it's just it could not be more corporate, and it's so. I don't know. I just like anybody who gives a damn.
I could see Contreras taking a bat to the machine that calls balls and strikes and just destroying it.
Start swinging. Well, I know that other people are on hold, I'm sure, and but I did want to call Jackson. I really was mostly 97% kidding yesterday. So
well, these guys had to go to special training about phone call etiquette after the show. So
did they?
Yeah,
well,
6-hour onboarding session.
It's a 6-hour session.
Yeah, 2 parts. We got a snack halfway
Everybody's
through.
onboarding. I need to start onboarding. All right, fellas.
All right, Ellen.
Thank you, Caller Ellen. Doug, there's Caller Ellen making her glorious return to the program, and it sounds like her and Jackson and her and Chairman Kurt have settled their differences at this TMA Geneva convention.
Okay.
It's pretty sad. It is a sad state of affairs when Contreras getting ejected is called the most exciting thing that happened, and Alec Burleson had a walk-off homer. But here we are.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does look odd now because you just don't see things like this anymore. It's been a few years.
And then when Oli went out there, you knew he would get tossed. Yeah. That's part of the deal, right? My guy got thrown out.
Leads the league in getting tossed this year, Martin.
Passed Aaron Boone up with that ejection last night. Do you think Dougie just toss me? Didn't the old days sometimes
that happened with Gene Wilson, Gene Hackman, Coach Norman Dale. He said, "Throw me out of here. I'm going to start screaming like a lunatic." And he wanted Dennis Hopper to coach.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Great for the movie. I wouldn't recommend it as a coach.
No.
Leaving the game with 2 minutes left to the town drunk.
Well, did he call the old picket fence?
He did.
It was a great call.
Results over process, I guess.
Results over process.
You thought it was a bad call.
Don't leave it in the hands of the town.
I know Shooter put on that old wing dinger, but, you could still probably smell it on his breath. Do you guys know the current MLB player active with the most ejections?
MLB player with the most ejections.
Might need initials.
Players.
No, I think you can
Contreras?
get this. No.
Hot-headed.
Contreras is tied for 4th with another Cardinal.
Not Max Scherzer.
Not Max Scherzer. It's not a pitcher. It's a position player.
Is it a big name? Is it Juan Soto?
No. Bigger. As big.
Judge. No, he never says anything to anybody.
Trout?
No.
Can we have initials, please?
You guys can get this guy's fiery. Fiery as I'll get. Lefty. He's a left-handed hitter.
Oh, Bryce Harper.
There you go. 21 career
Soto
ejections.
had to be.
That's 10 more than number 2.
How about that?
Which is Manny Machado. Arenado is the Cardinal Contreras is tied with. Contreras has 9 now, so it puts him over Arnau.
You know, Bobby Cox was kicked out of a season's worth of games in his career.
Is that right?
162?
Exactly 162.
That's a lot of time just sitting in your office, cracking one open, watching the game.
I often wonder what the manager actually does when he gets thrown out. Does he still send in the signals of what he wants to do? Does he go back in the office? Is he just out of view?
Well, Raw was
telling
on last
people
night.
what to do? What?
Raw was on last night.
I don't think he watched that. I'm sure when they want to get thrown out, they know just the words to say to get thrown out, other than throw me out.
And the ump knows he's trying to get thrown out at that point.
Yeah.
That was entertaining. And I'm telling you, that's when I saw Big Bill. It was during that scrum there with Contreras. Because he's in that seat, which is right next to the dugout that you don't normally see on the pitcher's view.
Have any of you guys ever been thrown out of a game as a player or
Jackson
coach?
has over at the JCC.
No, I've never been ran.
But you go after the officials in your pickup games.
Yeah, but I've never even gotten a tech.
But you're always chirping the officials.
I know how to work them. I think chirping and
You're
working
mouthy,
are
aren't you?
two different things.
Yeah.
It's called working it. You know,
Okay.
what did I miss there? You know, that's a common thing to say. You know, what did I do there? You know, how should I tell my guys to defend? There's ways of working them.
And that's from the desk of Jack B?
Yeah,
When
I've
you
never
let
been
him
ran.
on the Stiefel dossier 9-2.
I've never been ran.
Zebra have it.
I've never been ran. Although I did coach while I was in Columbia at Mizzou for like this 7th and 8th grade rec league for a charity service thing, and I got a tech in my first game, and I had to control myself.
You're kind of the.
You just said you never got teed up, eh?
I've been teed up in that situation. Never in my own game. I've never been teed up in my own game.
Like, I feel like somebody's being lied to.
I've never been ran. I've definitely never been ran.
I like the Billy Tubbs model, where he grabs the mic and says, "Don't throw anything on the floor, no matter how horrible the officiating is."
Jackson's a little chirpy out there when he's a coach, not as a player. Not as a
Well,
player.
I got teed up because they didn't give me my team the points. I was being gaslit. I watched us score.
Being gaslit?
It was an and one. It was an and one. They didn't count the basket, and then my guy shot one free throw, missed it, got his own rebound, put it up. I said, "Oh, sweet, 4 points the hard way." And I said, "Nope, 2 free throws." He didn't make the basket.
Who was keeping score?
I don't know. One of my own parents, and he said I didn't see it. What else are you looking at? There's one game going on.
This guy's going to get tossed again.
Yeah, and then they're like, "Settle down." I was like, "What do you mean settle down?"
That's enough.
Yeah.
Could you please coach like a group of 7-year-olds, and we'll just come out and watch?
I'd be happy to. I am available.
Wow.
I can coach.
Would you ever coach at St. Gabriel's if you got the call from Cameron Indoor?
You know, that's
the pressure.
I know.
It's kind of a red flag, though, when a single adult wants to coach a grade school team full of kids he doesn't know.
Oh!
I think
That
like once you get to
doesn't happen very often.
middle school, I think that becomes more normal. But yes, I would agree. Like 5th graders, yeah, you should have a kid on the team probably.
Yeah.
What if you just want to win city championships?
You get the best.
You get the refs in your pocket. Takes care of that. Toot sweet.
Every soccer team has a coach from Italy or England. You know, they bring them over. Have to have. Wouldn't it be great if grade schools just started importing like really high-level coaches just for their 5th grade, 6th grade
Dan
spot
Hurley
instead of the dad?
Can you imagine that?
Dan Hurley.
Dan Hurley coaching in St. Gabriel.
I bet they have.
Yelling at Fungo.
I bet they have that at some of these high-end soccer programs.
Well, I'm naming a high-end basketball program already, and you guys are dismissing it. I think Jackson might get the call. God, can you imagine coaching the 7th grade tournament at St. Gabriel's? You're going to have to calm down, though, with that behavior on the sidelines that we're hearing about.
No, I gotta control myself.
Suit and tie for the big tournament?
Yeah, absolutely.
A real wingdinger is what Dennis Hopper wore?
Yeah, well, it'd be like Dennis Gates, you know? I'm going to go to the HOF, and I want to have my picture with a suit on.
This guy's going to the St. Gabriel Hall of
And
Fame.
there's nothing better than getting upset and then tossing your suit coat down on the ground.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's
the
a nice
greatest way of showing frustration.
Calipari would do that quite a bit. Brown and Crupin's a presenting sponsor of this program. They're online at brownandcrupin.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Founded in 1979 right here in St. Louis, and 46 years later, they're still here doing it. Presenting sponsor of TMA, offering superior legal services and value in client services as well. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? It's where Brown and Crouppen comes into play. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222. Or you can go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of The Morning After. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers with you here on the program. You're welcome to get involved by texting in, by calling in, by emailing in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And, of course, watching the program and talking it over with other TMA listeners. 219 are in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now, including Jake in St. Genevieve and the Cardinal Cowboys pontoon. They're all in there talking a Big Blonde Dan and AM and the Walrus King. Oh, and look, there's Lex Luthor. Doug, they're all in there.
Okay.
You can join in the conversation. YouTube, open up the app and type in TMA STL, and then you're in there. Subscribe to the program. You can watch anytime you want. That's how I go back and podcast shows now on YouTube. I recommend you do it as well. It's TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
It is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win last night in walk-off fashion as Alec Burleson hits one to deep center to win the ball game. Cardinals take on the Pirates again tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Andre Palante towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
How do you like this, Doug? Because it's Sting, and you and Jackson had your exchange earlier on in the program about tantric. So I guess he's grooming you.
That's not a really great sounding song, is it?
People love Roxanne.
Okay.
Mount Rushmore of Sting/police songs, go.
I don't have 4 for you.
Well, you're not letting Roxanne on, sounds like.
No, I wouldn't put that song on there.
You like that Regatta de Blanc? Kind of under the radar. We'll Bring On the Night. Jackson, can I request Bring On the Night?
You sure can.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, look at that. Papers are going to take care of Martin. Maybe the alliance is back now that Doug's rejecting the tantric advances.
Yeah, I am. Sure.
Jeez, that's not good for the show.
Well, I don't know what this tantric stuff is.
Good for the show. Walrus King says, I think there is already a TMA Discord. Doug, that is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
Discord?
Chat. Yep.
Okay.
Jackson, you get on there?
No, I'm not on many Discords, Reddit threads. You know, I like to keep most of my convos IRL.
Doug, do you have a problem with that sentence?
I didn't like the sentence
I had a feeling
at
that was going to end the
and
alliance.
And that's not to say that anyone who does any online interaction or engagement is wrong. It's just I prefer to keep it IRL or more direct. You know, more like
say
texting.
IRL. You can say in real life almost as quickly as you can say IRL.
Yeah, right. same amount of syllables, honestly.
Well, this little sidetracking of now explaining IRL and in real life is taking longer than if we just rode with IRL.
Oh, gosh.
What does that tell you?
Doug, what does that tell you?
So he wins. Jackie Papers wins.
Yeah.
And it was Eddie Murphy singing that 48 hours. Remember, he's in the jail. Tim, this is your kind of thing.
Nick Nolte.
He's in the jail cell.
1983.
Singing Roxanne.
Yeah, you're right.
And they have to go let him out of jail.
They're saying 82 for 48 hours.
Nice. Shipped it. Huge win.
Okay.
Well, Jackson Sports Center updates have the energy of a school mom reading the morning announcements. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer.
More or less. It's not a bad description.
Canary in a Coal Mine's a great sleeper police song. That's from Sharon, and she's in Clayton oftentimes in exotic locales, however, with her wealth.
You could say I like their early stuff, and then you realize their career spanned about 6 years.
Most of my interactions with people are in the ex-hamster comment section. That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike.
Ex-hamster. Is that a website about rodents?
It is, indeed.
Yeah,
rogue gerbils and such.
Oh.
You can get involved in the program. 314-399-9646. Text in. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. And then you can go over to that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends have gathered like John Scores and DJ Patty Cakes and MD 2020 and the Cardinal Cowboy Pontoon. And then, of course, you can call into the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Get involved on the program as we talk it over here on TMA. Little Jackie Papers, what do you have here from Missouri? Head coach Eli Drinkwitz says they're 48 hours away from kicking the ball off in Columbia, Missouri, Thursday night against Central Arkansas.
It is funny. Drink talking about the new 9-game schedule that will start next year.
The 9-game conference schedule.
Okay. Yeah, 9-game conference schedule, yes.
So I think from a fan standpoint, it's awesome. I really do. I think adding those games are great for the fans. I think it's going to be a challenge. Obviously, I think there's going to be unintended consequences from increasing the schedule difficulties. I think There's going to be unintended consequences with having a 4 and 5 game rotation where you only have 4 conference home games, and there's going to be 5 conference road games, which now makes scheduling even more challenging because you've just told us that we have to have 1 Power 4 outside of that, which, you could be looking at a 6 home game, 6 road game schedule, which would make no sense when you spent $250 million building a north end zone project.
Well, so did everybody else.
So I think there's a lot of challenges there that we have to figure out and get right. So, and it's not exactly like they're giving us a lot of time to do that. We don't even know who our 3 permanents are. We don't know what the schedule looks like, and we got to do it here in the next 9 months. So, or really 6 months. And you're going to have to buy out some stuff. So, we figured it out before. But I do think there's a lot of unintended consequences that hopefully that everybody was aware of on that stuff, and we'll go from there. But I will say this: I just hope we get through this season first, because there's no guarantee anything for next year, right? So I'll focus on being 1-0 this year, and then we'll figure out next year's challenges next year.
Doug, that is not playing well in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Eli sounds like a big-ass crybaby. That's from Tim's travel agent. Is Drink crying? That's from the Hunchback of Uncastle. Charmin soft 2-ply. That's from the bastard James Hahn. What a whiner. That's from the Gray Summit Grey Goose Guzzler. Drink sounds like a whiny little bitch. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. Eli Drinkwitz is extremely soft for this comment. How could you bring this up? Joke of a coach. ILL. Doug, that's from Cronky's Cuckstash.
Oh. Well, I don't know how you complain that, hey, we built a new addition to our stadium, so we ought to get more home games than other teams. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's going to be 6 and 6. That's not fair. That's what he said. 6 home and 6 on the road when you just built a new part of your stadium. Well, tough. You didn't have to build a new section to your stadium.
Every team around college football is not playing a road game until October 18th.
Every team in football doesn't play a road game until October 15th. Everybody's at home.
Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
And the reformatting of the college playoff, though, may open the door for more on-site home playoff games. So you'd have the chance to be at home more. So what he's saying is if in a year you get 4 home games in your conference and you go 5 on the road, you only have 3 left that are non-con. Doug, is it okay if I say non-con at the same time? And one of those is a Power 4, right? That you may have to go on the road, so then you only get the 2 home games.
Well, the most important thing he said there was, I'm sure the fans love it. Because it's about the fans. It's not about the coaches. Coaches come and go. He's done just fine. Right. It's about making it entertaining for the fans. That's the bottom line.
And the first thing he said that cut out was, I've changed my mind on it, because in months previous when asked about it, he has been against a 9-game SEC conference schedule.
I don't blame him, because he can pick up 4 easy wins.
3.
Well, non-conference now, he can schedule 4 easy wins if he wants.
If he wants, yeah.
And that's what they've been doing.
Well, usually,
so now he's going to
usually with 1 solid opponent, in fairness. 3 usually pretty weak.
1's legitimate.
Yeah.
But usually not a powerhouse either.
Like a Boston College Titan.
Yeah. Well, Kansas State was like 15th in the nation when they came to Columbia.
But not often enough.
Oh, that's fair.
But it sounds like he was holding back a little bit, like he's not a fan, or that it's happening too soon, that they gave into the crowd and just announced it without thinking it all through. I feel like he was trying to hold back a little bit.
I do get a little, it is a quick turnaround. Like announcing this right before a college football season, you're not going to be worried about this stuff during the season. You shouldn't be. And so right afterwards with everything else you're dealing with, you're not dealing with that.
Well, he's not the one doing the actual scheduling, is he?
Right. Well, I think he's in a lot of meetings, if I had to guess.
So his worry now is that a year from now we might play one team that's tougher than who we could schedule otherwise? That's the big concern? I think he can get over that.
But most years, if you have 12 games, how many are you going to play at home? 7 is a good number if you're a decent school, right? Mm-hmm. So there are going to be years maybe where it's 1 less than that.
Right.
Not 2 or 3 less, 1 less. And you get into that playoff, and hopefully you get a home playoff game.
Yeah, there you go.
There's your reward.
Make your own luck.
Make your own luck.
I like that, Doug.
All right.
Your thoughts are welcome. Text in, call in, watch the program, talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. We head into the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Home mortgage loans can get complicated, but Together Credit Union is here to help you through the entire process. On top of that, they have specialty mortgages like the Community Contributor Mortgage. That's for teachers, firefighters, healthcare, and emergency medical professionals, and more. Benefits include low down payment, lower interest rates, and no private mortgage insurance requirements. So in addition to having fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional jumbo loans, all these different loans available, they have the specialty loans like the Community Contributor. So if you're a teacher, a firefighter, healthcare, emergency medical professional, find out more by stopping by any of those 14 branches around town or online. It's togethercu.org. Everything handled in-house right here in St. Louis. Together Credit Union has the experienced team that'll handle the underwriting, the servicing. It's all done locally. Remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. Visit togethercu.org for full rates, terms, and details. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, an equal housing lender and federally insured by NCUA.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman naming himself Jackie Papers. Doug is on the ones and twos. And in the program, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, we are joined by Brown and Crouppen's very own Ed Hermann and his son, Brodie Hermann, for the Tuesday tradition here on TMA. Good morning, Ed. Good morning, Brodie.
Good morning. How's it going?
What's the good word? What is the good word? We were talking Cal Raleigh in the commercial break.
50 home runs for a catcher.
Yeah.
And we were also commenting that he also has 14 stolen bases.
How about that?
And as you know, his nickname is Big Dumper. He has a huge behind, and yet they have not been able to tag that behind out.
And won the home run derby at the All-Star game.
That's true. And he won the home run derby.
Yeah.
We also just saw on there a magical stat that he's the only switch hitter in history to have 20 home runs from each side of the plate the same season.
Mickey Mantle never did that?
I find that very hard to believe.
I do too.
You know, and Chipper Jones never did it. Eddie Murray, I got to look that up. Well, Eddie Murray definitely didn't do it because I think the most he ever hit in a season was 33, so mathematically impossible. Right. I guess it's kind of hard to do it if you think about it because you have to hit at least 40 homers. That's pretty rare to begin with. And then they have to be evenly divided. I don't know, but you would have thought Mantle had that year with 54. That probably would have been his best bet.
For the Mariners to be a largely irrelevant franchise, they've had some great players. You think about Ken Griffey Jr., A-Rod, Ichiro, Randy Johnson,
Jay Buhner, Edgar Martinez.
Are you still mad about Buhner being traded? Like Mr. Costanza.
You know, it was worth it just for that Seinfeld joke because the season comes and goes, but the joke lives on forever.
What was the bigger loss, Willie McGee, Fred McGriff, Jay Buhner, or Doug Drabeck?
Oh, God, don't remind me everybody the Yankees gave away and what could have been a golden era for us. But
a lot of teams can say that. The Cardinals can say that, too. The Cardinals gave away Steve Carlton and Jerry Royce right as they're about to hit their prime.
That's true.
Probably cost them 3 divisions, maybe 3 pennants.
Yeah, you know, that's probably true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they gave up the whole decade.
Yeah.
They wound up giving up the 70s completely.
Maybe that's Mozeliak's defense. Hey, at least I didn't trade Carlton.
Right.
Ed's looking.
Millionaire question. Can Ed ignore the chat? I think you just got your answer.
Yeah. We should turn it off.
Mount Rushmore burgers in St. Louis?
The Mount Rushmore burgers.
Doug loves Mount Rushmores.
Well, we know this. Number one, Max Local Eats.
Yeah,
that's a great play.
Yeah, that's a great one. For the Mount Rushmore burgers, okay. If we take a different style of burger, I like stacked.
You have to put Bulliards in there, right, Dad?
Well, you know, Bulliards is not really a burger place per se. It's a sandwich place.
Is that in Maplewood?
It is in Maplewood, but phenomenal burgers, incredible French fries. If you guys have not had the French fries at Bulliards, they might be the best in St. Louis.
Wow.
It's a butchery and a sandwich shop. And, of course, the Feisty Bull is my sandwich of choice at Bulliards. If you have not been to Bulliards in Maplewood, that's your pick to click.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the nickname the ladies used to give me, Ed.
Is that right?
Bull.
The Feisty Bull. I thought the pick to click.
Where do we rank High Point and Carl's?
Okay, all right, yeah, all right. Well, Carl's Drive-In in terms of its, historic, legendary quality and the comfort of it. I like High Point very much, but, my favorite burger there, I don't think they still have on the menu. They used to have this French onion burger where they took, how those brown onions in a French onion soup would soak all that delicious, and they take a scoop of that, they pop it right on the burger, melted Swiss cheese, put the whole thing on an English muffin.
English muffin, Doug. You have a problem with that? I could see
you
being bothered by that.
Well,
listen, I was bothered by it till I tried it.
And then you found it was good.
My world changed that day.
You seem like a smash burger guy.
I am definitely a smash burger guy. Oh, I also like Bailey's Range. I like their variety. I like their burger battles. I used to go there all the time when it was downtown, and now they're actually on Shaw, which is much closer to our office on the Hill. But I've only been there twice since we've been on the Hill. So,
okay.
But yeah, a lot of I know that's
You're
enough.
John
Scorch loves Brodie, or he hates me, or it's a little bit of both. John, can you clear that up for us in the chat? Is this a I love Brodie situation and I hate Ed situation, or a combination of I hate Ed but I love Brodie?
I don't know. Terry commented last week about your obsession with the YouTube chat.
With the chat, it's not an obsession. I think that the show works at its best when it's interactive.
It does, listen.
Am I wrong?
Well, that's been what we've been doing for all.
Yeah, it should be interactive, and I don't mind.
So many different ways to interact with the audience.
Remember your rant about the English muffin pizza? How it was a big thing when you were a kid?
It was a huge thing. It wasn't a rant. A rant would have been if I was upset about it. It was a loving tribute, if anything.
Ed, what you have to brace yourself for is the immediacy of it. have it. If I say, boy, I think the Blues will be good this year, within 2 seconds, good take, jackass. It's immediate.
Oh, yes, and there's something quite beautiful about that. It's visceral. It's visceral. So you had Terry on last week, and he had a seat. He was able to sit. You found a place for him to sit.
Sure,
how did that work?
What do you think about
Marty,
that?
did he throw you out of your chair? Is that how that happened?
No,
Were you respecting your elders?
We offered him the chair. He doesn't always like to get next to the mic, but that's okay. We offered him a chair, and then he did a real deep psychological dive on all of us that pointed out that we're really not that important to anyone in our life.
Oh my God! You know what? Brody and I were listening to that last week. That reminds me. Oh my! It really did. And he wanted, and he couldn't stop talking about it all night. And he kept saying that he wanted to print up shirts that just have a 0 on it, and it would only be available to people upon the moment that they realize that nobody would choose them as their one person.
Say, well, what about Goldie the dog? The dog? Well, she'd pick my wife.
Yeah.
Wow,
No, he
kids?
definitely.
No,
I think
they'd
Goldie
pick my
would
wife.
pick me over Terry. Only because I buy that dog with treats every time that dog's on. I spoil him. Everyone want. You better pop in, Brody. Not that
we've lost him, Tim. We've lost him.
People are being.
Here we go.
People are being kind. They just want.
Oh my goodness! Here we go.
Honor their wishes.
Oh my gosh! It's calling upon
I
it.
like both of you, but you've talked enough. It's Brody's turn.
Oh man! Listen, he cleared it up. I'm glad he's paying attention
Why
to
don't
this.
you mention? He had a conversation on the show with Jeff Jarrett. That
Yes, that was
you didn't
awesome.
Get to mention anything
I
about
didn't.
that.
Yeah, no, it was very lovely. Jeff Jarrett,
Cook.
All right, Cook, son.
Jeff Jarrett. Yeah, that was a great conversation. No doubt about it. Still wrestling after 40 years. You can't believe it. He's still going.
He's been doing it for
40 years. Started 1986. Jarrett did. So 40 years.
How old is
He's got to be in his late 50s. So he's still going. It's phenomenal. How come you don't have any billboards with Goldie?
I don't have any billboards. That's a good question.
I'll answer that.
Now Brody's turn to the chat.
No, I'll answer that. I mean, don't you have ones with Rudy? Didn't you send Rudy's photo in?
Yes, me and Rudy, but not for a billboard.
Not for a billboard. Okay, but we're.
He's right.
Smile break. Get the smile break campaign.
Adam Welly says there are kind people out there, but not in this chat. That's from Adam Welly.
That's the nature of chatting, though.
Yep.
I mean, but it's fine. They're kind.
Is there a pleasant place on the internet for conversation?
No.
Jackson's shaking it off vigorously.
I like this Jake guy. I see Ed and Goldie, Terry and Goldie. All they need more Ed.
There's a Jake. You're putting you on the A-list. Are you actually my mom in disguise? It's possible. You know what's crazy? Totally different topic. We went yesterday. We got Brodie a different car, and I don't know if you guys have tried these self-driving Teslas yet with the full self-driving feature.
Couldn't do it.
Let me tell you something. We've been doing it now for the last 24 hours. We've gone place to place to place. Now, you have to supervise it, but that literally just means sit there and pay attention. You can't just not pay attention.
In the driver's seat.
In the driver's seat.
Yeah.
And it will check once in a while, and it will ask you just to make sure you're paying attention. Put your hands on the wheel for a second. You do. But let me tell you, self-driving cars are here in the biggest way. I was shocked. We have put 100 miles on that thing over the last 24 hours, totally self-driving, all around St. Louis, and it's unbelievable how this thing can navigate through construction, traffic, turns, to the point where for the first time, I don't know how we're going to be in business in 10 years. You're going to have to find another presenting sponsor.
Not going to be any wrecks.
They're not going to be. It may take more than 10 years just because of how long people hold on to their cars. But for the first time in history, I'm ready to declare 15 years, all self-driving, no accidents.
Is that right?
Out of business.
Really?
Yeah, that's how amazing it is.
Can you?
Yes, of course.
So at any second, you can slam on the brakes.
No, you don't even have
wheel.
to slam on them. It's
Just got to tap it.
It's as easy to override as cruise control. So you either tap the brake or just turn the wheel, and it's completely you at that point. But I've honestly, I cannot believe the vision that it has. There are cameras all over this thing, and it can see so far down the road. It can anticipate everything that's going to happen. It sees way more than you can possibly see with two eyes. Apparently, it's been programmed with 6 billion combinations of things that can happen on the road, and they say statistically it's 54% safer than an average person driving a car.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. It's if people out there have had this experience, maybe I'm late to the game. But let's see.
Oh, he's going in for more.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. There is a monthly expense associated with having the full service sleep, drive yourself. It's like $100 a month.
What I would say they would say everybody gets an electric car, but they're a little expensive or whatever. Could it be cost prohibitive? It may take longer for everybody to be able to afford it. Too.
It may take longer, but honestly, like even amongst Teslas, remember when Teslas came out, you couldn't get one for less than $100,000, so nobody could afford it.
Yeah.
And now, you have base models that are in the 30s, and at least till September 30th. And I don't work for them, obviously, but. You get $7,500 automatically off, like right out of the gate. You don't have to wait to do your taxes. It's a tax break that right at the dealership, they just, boom, take it right off.
And this could take drunk driving out of the equation, distracted driving,
I think distracted
disabled
driving,
people, blind people.
Oh, yeah, that's where I see it as. When my mother was getting older and I had to take the keys away from her, I could have probably put that off by easily 5 more years. If she'd have had the ability to do this.
Now, could this thing drive for you overnight? Could you fall asleep and it would still drive on a highway overnight or something?
You can't fall asleep because it gives you little warnings every so often that force you to pay attention. And it has a camera on you. Like this morning we were doing it, and he went to wear his baseball cap, and it's told him to remove his cap for the self-driving function because I guess with the cap on, the camera couldn't make out his identity.
Oh, really?
And for, I guess, legal reasons, they want to make sure they know at any given time who's at the helm because they're responsible if an accident, happens.
Can it stop you from getting carjacked or your car stolen? Does it identify, you're saying it identifies who the owner is?
I don't think it would. It would be a very hard car to carjack because it would be the easiest car in the world for them to locate. Those things are like so computer connected that they could track it, and I don't think you could disengage that because the whole car is really just a computer. There's no dashboard. There's just an iPad.
Really?
There's no buttons, no lights.
Did it freak you out for a little bit? The first couple miles,
it still freaks me out. But like, I don't feel as scared, but I'm just blown away that's where we are right now. Yes. I know in Arizona there's a company called Waymo that's like Uber or Lyft, and they're just sending out self-driving cars to pick people up and drop them off, and nobody's sitting in the driver's seat of those.
Wow.
And those are all around Scottsdale. So I guess I knew they existed.
They're in California, too.
I didn't realize how far these had penetrated because look around. I mean, there's a lot of Teslas out there. I wonder how many of them are just driving themselves at this point.
I got a text here that says, guys, the self-driving car does not work well in the northern climates with the snow. That's from the Swing Haven board member.
Well, I here's what I imagine about that. I think there's probably some truth to that in that you have to choose if you're going to pick an all-wheel model or a rear-wheel model. I imagine that the all-wheels would do better. The heaviness of a electric car, because it's all batteries, like that alone is going to make it better in bad weather than a car that's not. I think the self-driving would have an issue in heavy weather for 2 reasons. One, if you don't have clear lanes to look at, then the visibility is going to be off because it needs to see those lanes. So that's one thing. The other thing is the sensors have to stay clean all the time. So the cameras in bad climates, a lot of times you're going to get that sand and salt and just maybe even a whiteout where the snow is coming down
Slush
so much that you can't see. If the cameras aren't clean and if the road isn't clean, that would be a problem. So I could see it being an issue in those kind of
How often do you think you have to replace the batteries? Is that going to be a huge expense every 3 or 4 years?
Oh, I don't think that I don't know how that works. Somebody says that there are horrible issues with batteries in the cold, but here in St. Louis, that shouldn't be a problem. And, listen, I'm sure like anything, they still have their challenges. Somebody took a Waymo on a work trip. It got trapped in the parking lot.
Well, as good as
Listen, Darren, you can go to hell, buddy.
Oh no! Oh, Ed's in the YouTube chat, Martin. It's going off the rails.
I know. I joke, but understand.
Darren Meckler
Listen,
said, "Jesus, Ed, do you ever stop talking?"
I guess that's who you're talking to.
And then I told him to go to hell.
Yeah, because Darren, let me explain something about radio. It's all honey. It's all talking. Okay, I'm giving him honey because that's what I do when we're guys and we go to a condescending voice.
Oh Lord,
honey, it's radio. It's a talking medium. You only talk on the radio. It doesn't work if we play a board game, bud.
Oh, got him twice.
Yeah, honey and bud.
Well, as good as these are now, imagine where it'll be in 5 or 10 years.
Hey,
it'll only get better.
dude, if you're going to talk to me in all capital letters, we're going to have
Oh,
a
it's
real
Harry
problem.
Krupin. He types in all capitals.
He does.
That's another thing you should ask him about. Why do you type in all capitals?
He thinks it makes it easier to read off the teleprompter.
No.
But then I say, you understand, Terry, that nobody's reading your text messages. This is not a teleprompter.
Don't attack the chat ad. We will revolt.
I know, in all caps, no less. In all caps, no less.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of complaints about the batteries on that YouTube chat I see.
Yeah.
What's going on with the batteries, boys? You know?
And they're saying they're expensive, and when you go to replace them.
Oh, my God, what will I do for money? I guess I'll have to buy another battery. No, listen, everybody, they sell a lot. And listen, no, I actually personally hate Elon Musk. Someone's asking if I want to drink Musk. Listen, I can separate the art from the artist. Well, it's just like in movies and stuff. People say, well, can you still listen to Michael Jackson's music, given the allegations? Or can you still watch Kevin Spacey in movies? And it's like, yeah, of course I can, because you separate the artist from the art. You're going to judge people as human beings. It's going to be harsh. People stink. It doesn't mean that they're not capable of great things. So I separate, Elon Musk, whoever he is as a human. I don't know him personally. I've seen everything that you guys have seen. But this is a company that's doing incredible things in terms of innovation. And, yeah, I can separate the artist from the art.
Humans are bad people, is what you're saying.
Yes, they're very flawed.
Yeah, they're flawed.
Seinfeld said people. They're the worst.
Yes.
They're flawed.
You can get involved on the program. Ed and Brodie are reading the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, you can always text in at 314-399-9646. Doug, if self-driving cars are the future, it will be so much easier to have sex and drive. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, and he directed that to you. That was nice.
I've heard that it's going to be bad for radio, because if you don't have to keep your eye on the road, you'll be watching something on your computer or watching TV instead of listening to the radio.
Well, they're watching this show.
I was going to say, watching it on YouTube. That's all it's going to be.
Yeah. Like Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter and Ted Gann are doing right now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
That's assuming that we're going to be more interesting than a
Cardinals
Netflix
Cowboy
show.
Pontoon is Elon the real life Lex Luthor.
I think that the Lex Luthor character in this last Superman was clearly based on the Elons and the Zuckerbergs and all of that. That's the new movie villain. We saw that like in Don't Look Up also, was sort of that, that eccentric billionaire who thinks that because they can make a lot of money, they can do anything. That's kind of become a... I have to read the chat, Adam. If I didn't, I wouldn't have just read your comment that said don't read the chat.
I like that.
If it makes you feel better, I don't read all of it. It's just I glance up every so often. And,
that's how I am, too.
I'm a glutton for punishment. You got to appreciate it.
It was almost a test. It says, don't read the chat, Ed, and then he reads, don't read the chat, Ed.
Somebody is a strong...
I agree with you, Dave. I did not like the new Superman.
What?
Either.
I thought you liked it.
Who told you that?
You said it after the movie. It was not bad. The Lex Luthor wasn't very good.
Have you watched the new Cowboys thing on
the movie was
Netflix?
terrible, and I tore it apart in the show here.
I've turned the great Doug Vaughn onto it. It's, 8 parts, Doug? I'm done with it. I finished it off last night.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
What was it?
The Dallas Cowboys, 1990s.
It's called America's Team.
That's what it is.
No, I didn't even know it existed. Where is that?
And it's not like I'm a Cowboys. Netflix. It reminds me of a great 30 for 30.
Yes, the Jerry Jones documentary. You know, they're making an animated TV show of Jerry Jones, keeping up with the Joneses on Adult Swim.
Got a bunch of people who are TMA listeners who have been emailing me saying they're glad that I recommended it because it is one of the better sports. And I think it is kind of more in the documentary, because I feel like now we got people doing, quote, documentaries, but then they're interviewing reporters more than the actual primary sources. And on this, you have Jerry Jones, Jimmy Johnson, Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman.
You learn a lot about Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin is an interesting character. Oh, I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, it's great.
No, I do think that the better documentaries are the ones that get the actual people, which is why the Billy Joel documentary on HBO that got released last month.
That was great, too.
Spectacular.
So good,
5 hours. But it was because they had the actual people in the room.
Billy Joel, not his first
wife, who I thought
Chrissy
stole
Brinkley.
the entire documentary, because that was the chapter that I knew the least about that relationship.
And there was a cuck situation, too.
Yes, which...
Big time cuck.
Huge. I mean, sort of like right out of the movies.
Yeah.
But you know what I noticed in that, too, is like how much affection there clearly still was between him and his first wife. That,
The first wife.
Yeah, the first
I felt
wife.
like it was there with Christy Brinkley.
Oh, well, all of them for sure. We know, I think
the third one, I didn't feel like that was a real...
No, that was just a blip. You know, he was in a bad place with the alcohol, I think, on the third with, and I don't care for her that much. She's a cook. She's on a lot of the cooking shows. I don't like her. But the first,
Billy Joel's third wife taking shrapnel from it.
I'm sorry.
Billy Joel's third wife.
I was ready to see Christy Brinkley as this shallow, empty-headed blonde supermodel, but she came across as anything but.
Yeah.
Very intelligent. She knew more than what was going on than he did.
She did. I thought everybody came off surprising, particularly his first wife, who I guess in my mind I had always thought, oh, well, she's probably like, you know, before you're famous, you know, you got the first wife and, you know, she probably was okay, but just sort of plain. And then he got famous and rich and, you know, wound up with a supermodel. And then you find out, no, not at all. She was, first of all, a beautiful woman, incredibly intelligent, very much responsible for all of his success. She was no in the background player. Like, I don't know that he would have gotten anywhere near where he got to if it hadn't been for her.
I agree with that, yeah.
And she was formidable, very much so. So I was stunned. Yeah, it was a real eye-opener.
If I'm not a big Billy Joel fan, do you think I would still enjoy the documentary?
Yes. I actually think you'd have a hard time not being a big fan by the time it was over. To know that much about the person.
Yeah, the backstory.
And just with his father and all of that stuff with the Holocaust and his half-brother. I was blown away by it. And I'm a guy who thought I knew, you know, everything there was to know about him because he's kind of like the artist of my lifetime.
Does he apologize for releasing Uptown Girl? Because I'm going to need that to happen.
That's one of Uptown Girl. You know what the odd thing about Uptown Girl is technically...
For the longest time, put those two in the same ship.
Well, Uptown Girl technically was his highest selling record of anything he ever sold. So it definitely had a
Frankie Valli.
Yeah, counteract to Ragdoll. It's
that's right.
Doo-wop
Exactly. Well, it was the opposite story of Ragdoll.
Exactly.
Ed, she left her husband. That's from the 314. I guess talking about Billy Joel's first wife and the cock situation, Doug.
Yeah, listen, you know, those situations
Separate
are always...
the art from the artist.
Well, listen, those situations are sad, but, you know, couples come together and come apart all the time. If you'd have looked at his life, I think what you realize is you don't really have one life. You have these very defined chapters that you add them to. It's like a lot of lives within your life. Yeah. Like for a lot of us, you probably had maybe you had a serious girlfriend in college. I mean, it was probably a really important relationship in your life. And you probably haven't spoken with that person in 40 years or 50 years. But at some point, they were like your daily life. And that was a really important chapter.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure it looked like, looking at Billy's life, it seemed like that chapter with his first wife was a whole lifetime in and of itself. And then he had a completely brand new life with Christy Brinkley and then his first child and everything. And it just seems like you don't have one life. You just have a series of them.
You're going full Crouppen on us. This is kind of like a Terry.
Oh, absolutely it is. Are you kidding me?
Really, I think
filled with chapters.
I think it could bring you a lot of peace to think of it like that. Because otherwise, I think we could spend a lot of time sort of grieving things from our past that we no longer
the
have.
590 era. How do I wipe that from my memory bank? How do I eliminate that?
It's like
not your version.
We'll get you back at some point.
Well, at different ages,
Is this a tampering? Is this a tampering? There's going to be tampering allegations. Are there tampering allegations in our business?
No. There's room for everybody.
Amen. So yeah, you got 270 people are in the YouTube chat talking it over. So you activated them. Ed,
oh my! Here we go. I know you love that.
Listen, that's what I'm here for. I'm a catalyst.
Ed, Brodie, always good to talk it over with you guys. Thanks so much for coming in.
All right.
You're right on that. Brodie does not have an inside voice. That's a great it's true. It's a great observation.
You guys remind me of the Sklar brothers, where they kind of complete each other's sentences, the comedians. You ever heard the Sklar brothers?
Yes.
They kind of chime in, and it's interesting. They'll finish the sentence for the other.
He's put the question of my thoughts on the Vietnam War several times in the chat.
It's kind of a big question.
I don't have any thoughts on it this week.
Save it for the doc.
I was just born. I was a baby.
Ed Herman, Brodie Herman in studio with us. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Jackson's
Nice.
dunking on you, Martin.
This one gets you, does it?
I just didn't care for it. I know it was a big deal, big hit.
Yeah.
The doo-wop stuff. I get it. It
As
was
an
a
Irish
tribute.
guy, you got an issue with it?
Yeah.
I understand that. But I got to tell you, this was the first music video that gave me a tingly feeling.
Oh, did it really?
Yep.
I didn't know you had a Billy Joel thing.
I like my men short.
That's a good clearing of that
gosh.
question. What was the first music video that made you feel tingly?
Put that on the Twitter tweets.
Yeah.
Is it TMASTL on the Twitter tweets? Gallup poll, Doug?
It'd be,
That
it
would
needs
be
to
a
be
Gallup poll.
open-ended. You need to like submit your answer. I don't think we could do multiple choice with every music video.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Send it in.
We could be a tournament of music videos that made you feel tingly.
I always thought
Answer the question, Vaughn.
MTV should have just kept the format they had. They had it figured out. The artists go out and spend all the money on the production, on the videos, and they just play it.
They got smoked by YouTube.
YouTube came along much later than that.
I know, but YouTube, you can just type in the music video you want.
I
Just
know
tell
you
me the
can,
movie
but-
you'd like to see.
But there's a lot of places where you can get the same thing in multiple platforms. But MTV had it so figured out. Everyone was watching it and loving it.
But then they made $1 billion on Jersey Shore when they started doing that kind of stuff. Nowadays, yeah. MTV
Well, you could
is-
do both.
Yeah.
But they stopped doing it.
For my generation, we would never have flipped on MTV if we wanted to watch a music video.
But you would watch their shows that they had.
Yeah, Jersey Shore was must-watch television.
Well, you were 11 years old when that was big.
You had to watch it.
Jim Tan Laundry.
Yeah, it was.
You find Snooki attractive?
No.
I'm not kink shaming.
No, I don't.
Interesting.
I don't know what to tell you. I do not.
And people pick on Jackson's Sports Center updates, but boy, the MTV news up that Kurt Loder, who always looked like he was a prisoner, like, that's the latest MTV news. It looked like he was held hostage, and he would do an update. REM's back in the studio this week. They're hoping to put out a new album next month. That's the latest update. They always felt like they were at gunpoint.
Doug, Britney Spears, Hit Me Baby One More Time, getting a lot of votes.
Yeah, that was a big one.
1998, 1999.
Well, I don't know the years. But that was a big popular one for sure.
Yeah, a lot of, that is overwhelming, the Air Comfort Service text inbox on this. Holy crap. Yeah, look at that. Guess that shows that the audience is in that sweet spot, Doug, of right in your 35 to 42 range.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. 314-399-9646 is how you can text into the program. Also, Genie in a Bottle and Dirty from Christina Aguilera getting a lot of votes. That's a sick impression. Martin, what impression did you just do? I didn't catch an impression. That's from Mr. Siders, whose side was with Jackson over
The guy doing the MTV updates.
Probably. And it's probably a sarcastic comment from Siders. Probably not really a compliment.
He's more usually on Jackson, but I didn't catch an impression. I didn't catch an impression. Kurt Loder, Chris Conley, who now does ESPN stuff,
And he's still under contract.
Yeah, I'm
they gave
surprised
that
by
up close vehicle for a while.
Tabitha Soren.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Isn't Martha Quinn still around too?
Well, she's still alive, but I don't think she's on MTV.
Not on MTV, but I think she's still doing things.
As a VJ, and
I
then
think so.
Who's
Doug,
our guy?
what about
Alan
Wrecking Ball. That's from Miley Cyrus. That's from Doug Glatt.
Stacey McMillan.
Now we're just throwing out names.
Hey, movie ass! Where is my review of Adore? That's from Warson Woods Wacko. Is this coming up on Movie Boy?
Adore. Oh, he's been sending me this Australian movie that came out years ago and wanted me to do a review.
You don't have to watch it if you don't want to.
I know, I'm sure it's fine and fun, but yeah, it's from 2013.
why don't you do a cameo version of Film Boy where you give individual requests?
Oh, like a cameo?
Yeah, if somebody hires you.
Do they want a full 40-minute breakdown?
No,
It's going to cost you.
Yeah, they got to pay for you to watch the movie and then have an opinion about
That's not a
it.
bad idea.
Guys, Britney Spears, I'm a Slave. Google that one, Dougie. That's from STL Boy Dad.
Don't ever tell me what to Google.
I got to tell you, I agree with that STL Boy Dad. I think he's making a really nice observation. Nice job, STL
This was
Boy
before
Dad.
she went Bull Goose Looney.
Boy, I think she was in the metamorphosis at that moment.
Okay.
It's a nice play by the STL Boy Dad, I would tell you that.
And her dad took over all her finances, right? He had power of attorney or something over her.
Conservatorship.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jenks, Coke, Rails.
Bingo.
Now you guys are having the tantric sex thing.
We've had that.
I think it was a mind meld.
We've had that though for some time.
Have you?
Well,
Yeah, that's what we. That's why we do 3 hours of QFTA.
So I was going to say, once you're doing 3 hours on top of the already in years previous 3, now 4 hours of radio.
That's when friends turn into lovers.
You become one, really.
Alan Hunter, former MTV VJ, lives in Webster. That's been the 3 and 4. Martin, did you know that?
Yeah, I was starting to say that. We got sidetracked earlier, believe it or not. But he still does. He still does Sirius XM, but he's based in Webster.
I did not know. I hear him talk about St. Louis sometimes, and I didn't. I thought he was just like randomly. I don't know why he would be. I mean, I know the club's playing well, but I guess that's the reason, huh?
Apparently lives in Webster.
Alan
and does
Webster, you
No,
say?
Alan Hunter,
Alan
who was
Daysville.
part of that whole Mount Rushmore of VJs back in the day.
So I'm going to ask both a crowdsourcing and dumb question. Is a VJ just a music video
jockey,
DJ?
yeah.
So they just hit play on the video?
Well, but they come on camera and then pitch to the video.
Fair.
Mark Goodman went to Melville. That's from the Big Show.
I don't think that's true.
Panther?
I don't know.
Was he with Rosetto Jenkins?
I wouldn't think so. No.
Potter that played there and went to Mizzou, and then Gary Heidi always at the Crooked Hat.
May I join you?
That might be the best drop we have. You just knock like that and ask politely?
I'm pretty into this one.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Darn right I was. Get involved on the program. Text in 314-399-9646 at Herman of Brown and Crouppen. Agitated the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA. STL. That is where you can find it. 6,060 people have subscribed to the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can subscribe as well. And of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, we got a 3-way tie with only 4 Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day here in the month of August. Buck Swope, Kevin Miller, and Riot's dad all tied with 3 wins. Keep an eye on Midge, though, because Midge has 2 wins. Midge could be dangerous. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling, and that is Seth Goldcamp and his team, and they are putting in a new air conditioning over at my parents' house tomorrow, and my parents got bids from 3 different places. My dad loves to support the sponsors, but hey, he's going to go wherever he's going to save the most money. That's the deal.
Yeah.
And I understand that.
No,
Said, Timmy, the best bid. It was Design Air. Seth's a good guy, buddy. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Well, she's on board. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. And it just, anytime I talk about Design Air, I just open up the weather app and I take a look at the forecast. And Doug, it's just glorious.
It is.
Pure glory.
Isn't it unbelievable?
It's outstanding. Like, it was 55 degrees when I got in my car this morning. 55 degrees.
I mean, high today of 77, sunny. High tomorrow, 78, sunny. High Thursday, 80, sunny. Friday, 80, sunny. Saturday, 78. Sunday, 78. Monday, 78. Tuesday, 82. Wednesday, 82. Next Thursday is the first chance of precipitation. And a high of 76 degrees. I mean, this is just
We're going to be in Hawaii
optimal.
for about a week.
Everybody's going to move to St. Louis. Our property value is going to increase tenfold.
I just hope there's room from all the people coming from London from that football game they played over there years ago.
Nice. I mean, it's just glorious. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Jackson, is it going to be a little too cold to swim this week at the lake?
Never too cold, you know.
Jello shots first.
You have a little grit, a little bit of determination in your person.
Bring your nose plugs.
Yeah, for a multitude of reasons.
Oh, wow. Just insinuated that people without money smell. You catch that?
That was actually, I guess it's a trifold.
I thought you were
Is that old money when someone has a trifold wallet?
Probably. I thought you were just trying to defend yourself against that brain-eating amoeba.
Yeah, I wouldn't get in that water, amoeba or otherwise.
Does the trifold have Velcro?
No, and this I think tied for first for old money is Velcro wallet and then trifold. Okay.
If you
and then
fell
chain
into the
on
water,
wallet.
would you be in a panic if you fell into the water?
No.
Would you scramble to get out as fast as you can?
I wouldn't linger. I wouldn't start to just like float and hang around. I'd get back in the boat, but yeah, I wouldn't panic.
So as a kid, you never went to the Lake of the Ozarks?
I
You
did.
never hopped in, water skied and all that?
Did.
Oh, you did? So now you're over it.
I definitely went to the Lake of the Ozarks as a kid. I don't remember getting in it much.
So it's been a career thing.
Yeah, and then again, when I went in the past couple of years, and it smelled of human waste.
That's
when
there
I
it is
decided
again.
never
More
again.
wealth shaming.
Come on down to Fun Lake with Jackson. Hop in at your own risk.
Doug, the answer is Criminal by Fiona Apple. That's from the Ghost of the Pfister Hotel.
Okay.
That's a nice play. That's a nice play, too, Ghost of the Pfister Hotel. Jackson would shriek like a little mouse if he fell into that Lake of the Ozarks water. That's from Mr. Sider.
Nonsense. Just absolutely nonsense.
You would not shriek like a little mouse if you fell into the Lake of the Ozarks.
No. I just wouldn't want to, like, hang out in that water. I don't seek it out.
There was a guy who died there again this last weekend. They've had 3 this month die, and 8 over the course of the year, I heard on a report.
Oh, that's awful.
Well, there's a lot of drunkards driving boats.
Right.
Boats they're not comfortable driving.
Some big-ass
way
boats.
too drunk.
Big-ass boats down there.
Yeah.
Probably too big for what's
Could they
going on.
design
Ocean
a driverless
wind.
boat? Wonder if you could have a...
probably could, yeah.
I bet there's probably some ships that have some automation features like that.
They didn't make $1 billion on Jersey Shore, Jackson. Stop lying and start dressing nicer for work. That's Harrison's brother, Master.
How'd that feel? How did that feel?
It was purposely embellishing, just to underscore my point about how much money they made.
But what about
Maybe
the
not $1
dressing for
billion.
work?
That's more of a fair criticism, but also...
You don't care so much.
It's not the way any human would ever talk to another human. Therefore, I don't give it much credence.
Right, I can see that.
And you look sharp. You've got a 1-1
Not really.
ES.
I just got a hoodie and there. It's a tapered sweatpant.
Tapered sweatpant.
It's a nice
blues
sweatpant.
hat. We are the home of the blues.
That's right. Yeah, this is a new logo.
Blue Note.
New logo.
But the sweatshirt looks relatively new. It doesn't look
clean.
overly wrinkled. Yeah, I'm saying it looks just fine.
Yeah, it's very casual. There's no doubt.
Back off, bub.
He can. Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think? You can what?
Well,
come on, Wilson. Finish it.
No.
I'm not going to hold you back.
Where's some high shoes I can throw?
Now, Ed taught us at times like this, you just say, honey, I'm doing fine.
Nice.
He kind of went into his stern voice, didn't he? Listen, honey.
Well, the YouTube chat can take a man down.
Taking down better men, man.
People have just
cut at
folded
the
up
knees.
shop, ended their careers, and walked out with their tail between their legs.
I do notice that sometimes, like some of my people I watch who do like podcasts, where you're doing podcasts, you're not getting live interaction, and they'll do a live show, and the live chat starts heating up, and they just start to fold. They're not used to it. They're not used to real time, like people holding them accountable for what they just said, and it can take men down.
Chop them right at the knees.
Absolutely, fold them.
You can attack us as well. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of that YouTube chat that Ed Herman got in an argument with. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That's where you can watch the program. 242 friends are in there watching it on the TMASTL channel. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and you'll pay no interest over 5 whole years. Call them at 314-334-2522 for your free in-home estimate today. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Look, over the last 3 months, we have had some brutal temperatures, getting a wonderful respite right now. But if your windows are not doing their job, your cool air is going right out the window, literally. And that's why now is the time to call Universal Windows Direct for their buy 2 windows, get 2 free offer. And the best part is you will pay no interest over 5 years. Their super spacer technology will keep the hot air out and the cold air in. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit on how many windows purchased. Pay 0 interest over 5 years. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And once you feel the difference, you'll be saying what I say. I love my windows.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Las Vegas Raiders have acquired quarterback Kenny Pickett from the Cleveland Browns in a trade on Monday. The Browns received a 2026 fifth-round pick in return. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, this is the music video that the majority of texters said gave them their first tingly feeling.
Tingly feeling.
1998, 1999, Britney Spears.
Tim, where were you August 25th, 1997?
Probably in Columbia, Missouri, doing wonderfully creepy things. But that's the last time the Cardinals had attendance that low, Doug. How about that? You know who started that game? Got to do some show prep,
1997.
Got to do a little bit of show prep.
Osborne.
No.
Todd Stottlemyre.
No.
No idea.
Oh, you really don't know? I don't know. I thought you were setting this up, and we were having tantric sex.
Initials, please.
For the opposition, PM.
P. Diddy.
Hall of Famer.
Oh, Pedro.
Hall of Famer.
Pedro?
Oh, there you go.
Pedro, okay.
And for the Cardinals, M.A., another
Boomer
hyped
Kingsley?
prospect, not Boomer Kingsley, another hyped prospect.
Mark
that did not-
Anderson?
Nope. That did not amount to.
Mauricio Aguilera.
No.
Second letter, first name.
A.
Mark.
No.
Matt.
No.
Third letter.
N.
Steve
Manny
Sparky
Ibar.
Pfeiffer.
Yes!
Okay. See, that was easy.
What intrigues me about that, so the Cardinals last night, just over 17.
And that was a makeup game from a snow out in April. That was Cardinals and Les Esposés.
So Montreal on a Monday night at the Old Bush, August 25th. That's the last time they were below 20,000 last night. Lowest attended game at Busch Stadium 3. I was wondering about that. So I didn't know it was a makeup game because I was looking and I'm thinking, you're less than a year removed from being in the NLCS, almost going to the World Series. And McGuire. So I was looking at that saying there had to be a reason why.
Yes,
because that's you had buzz from the year before, you had McGuire buzz. That makes more sense than saying the B-Fib had already quit on this team that a year ago was nearly in the World Series.
Did you say that was a Monday night? I wonder if the Rams had a game or something.
It was in August, so it would have been a preseason game, but it was a makeup game for a snow out in April. I think it was a one-off with the Expos, and Pedro was pitching, and dealt and threw 8 2/3 to beat the Cardinals, who were struggling offensively and had only scored 2 runs in 27 innings. Hello again, everybody.
Well, I'm trying to find the attendance then for the next day. Attendance the next day, 23,211.
Bounce back.
It's a little bit of a bounce back, but still low number. The team was 12 games under at the time. But I was looking for a comp here. A lot of the comments last night, I posted it without comment and just said lowest attendance, Busch Stadium 3. There were a number of people who said parking costs too much, and I was thinking of Doug as I was.
Were you in Martin's comment?
I'm like, the team stinks, but the parking again with the parking, and a number of people would tag me with things saying the org is fine. The org. I think there's a little TMA infiltration on my Twitter account.
Really? Yeah. I think $40 to park right there by the stadium, or even 30. I think St. Louisans aren't used to paying that much for parking. You don't pay that anywhere else. I guess the Blues can get up to $30 or so.
But it's more than the parking,
I think it's
right?
it's part of the expense involved, of course.
So tonight,
Doug,
it's a Tuesday.
Stop it ball game.
Will we get a little bit of a bump because it's not a Monday? Come on down. Maybe Wilson will get thrown out again. You think it's going to be worse? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And the 70,000.
I would think it's comparable.
And that's the ticket sold. We should point. A lot of people are tweeting pictures saying it's just empty, empty, empty. Someone said 5,000. Someone said 10,000. I'll be down there. I might pair up with the Chairman Steve tonight, reenacting our balcony sports. If all goes well.
But you'd have to get all the sports done in what, Creve Coeur or Maryland Heights? Where are you? And then drive all the way downtown?
No, my colleague Kevin Rines would be in the studio, Doug. I'd be on postgame duty, holding these players accountable.
Yeah.
Question, is the lack of attendance only related to the team, or is safety playing a role. That's from Starfish Street.
We've talked about this a lot. I think it's a perfect storm of all these things. It's a bad, boring team. It's safety. It's the expense of parking and concessions. It's all that rolled into one.
But anytime we have the conversation about safety, it's important to immediately interject into the conversation that the Blues are playing in downtown St. Louis and City is playing in downtown St. Louis.
Savannah Bananas. People packed the house for that thing.
Right, they did. But I'm telling you, I have people my age tell me all the time, I just don't feel like I ought to be going down there.
So I think just like any decision, there is some form of a calculation of, is it worth it? Is it something I want to do? And then is the cost, both mental toil and financial, worth it? And when it is something like you, Martin, were going around the dais, you didn't ask me. If somebody would have given me green seats for tonight, I wouldn't go.
I knew your answer. That's why
it's under no circumstance. Like, you'd have to pay me. I have zero interest because I view time as a valuable commodity, not necessarily the seats or eating some mediocre food.
Oh, no, it's good food. It's good food.
I've sat there. It's fine. Yeah, it's whatever.
They don't have octopus, Doug.
No, I'm sure.
But it's just, the issue. You can talk about last night, but from a big picture perspective, they've got a real issue because they have not hit bottom yet. And it's not like downtown St. Louis, for all the photo ops in new amusement park rides that are going up around Union Station, that is going to suddenly increase people in 2026 going down there, when most likely you have the same product in 2026. So you've got a much bigger conversation regarding the St. Louis Cardinals. And then, even if the Cardinals were good, even if fans were interested, even if downtown St. Louis was attractive, then you have a separate conversation, which is incredibly material, and that is the game of baseball and fans' interest. So you've got a couple of things. You were talking about a perfect storm for downtown St. Louis. I think the Cardinals have an unfortunate perfect storm as well.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt that they're in real trouble for the immediate future, barring something turning things around completely. A couple of superstar players getting people interested again. It might take that. I don't know how much better the attendance would be if they were closer, like a game out of the wild card, if people would care. I have a feeling no.
Yeah.
Because they've been there this year. They've been
it was
game and a half, 2 out.
It was 15 days ago, which is kind of crazy to think. But I asked the question, and we got accused of being rights holders. Very odd thing.
Just taking 2 out of 3 from the Cubs, going into that Monday.
Just like, I'm curious where people are if you are now invested or polling for the team to win. And Martin, I remember you going through the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and you said like 75%-ish or something like that. We're just like, I don't really care. I'm apathetic. And then there were some people who were kind of polling against him because in their minds, if the Cardinals got into the postseason, it rewarded a model that they thought was not sustainable, or didn't want to reward people who they thought weren't really invested in trying to put the best product on the field. And then that goes into a third issue, and 2 and 3 are somewhat related, but that is baseball's economic structure right now, which the players will defend to its death. And who was it? Adam Wainwright, I believe. You heard him when we asked him last week about it. I mean, clearly that's not something that, and he's been outspoken on it for a while, the salary cap. You have a handful of teams who are available to compete for players, and then you have about 22 to 25 who are always going to be sitting on the sidelines and providing quadruple A services to the Yankees, the Mets, the Red Sox, the Dodgers. And then depending on the year, the Phillies or Braves or whomever that are competing for those players. But it will never be, and you can then list a wide variety of teams who are never going to be in the mix for those free agents. And somehow fans are told, well, there's parity in the game because you've created a postseason that includes all kinds of variants. So therefore, the fact that the same teams are at the top of the standings is ignored, because in some random ass best of 3 or best of 5, you can get different outcomes. And then baseball defenders will say, see, we have different champions, unlike football, which has seen the Chiefs and Eagles win all the Super Bowls the last few years. They're selling you BS in defense of a system that they know is beyond flawed, and that is one of the reasons why the game is losing interest.
And what's really depressing is you can talk about the imbalance with the Dodgers, the Yankees having all this money to spend, and you've got almost $100 million locked up in Contreras, Gray, and Arenado for next year. you have been able to spend some pretty big money. You're able to pay a third baseman $20+ million, a pitcher $35 million next year, a first baseman who was a catcher almost $20 million. So you have some huge contracts. You're not the smallest market in the world, and yet you almost have nothing to show for that.
Yeah, the problem is you probably wish you didn't have any of those 3 players or contracts.
Correct. 100%. If they could unload those right now, yeah, it's a mess. But like I said, I don't think it's hit rock bottom because you already see where it is now. Imagine what it's going to be like with another year of this at this time next year, with even more talk of a potential work stoppage lurking. Because at that point, we're going to be 2.5 months away from it.
It might be the best thing that could happen to the Cardinals is a work stoppage.
You know what? Weirdly, I agree with you on that.
If you change the whole system around so where teams like the Cardinals can routinely be competitive financially, and the Pirates and the A's and all these other teams that struggle, it just might be the best thing that could happen. Because if it doesn't happen and this trend becomes a regular thing, who's to say what the future of the Cardinals would be in St. Louis? If you're the owner, you're not going to sit here for the next 10 years and watch 8,000 people in the stands. That could be a real horrible thing.
When I see the line, and again, it's not like I see it. I mean, it's 1 out of 1,000 kind of. The Cardinals would never leave St. Louis. I respectfully disagree on that. Now, I do not expect it. I want to make that clear. But I don't know if you can necessarily say that about any franchise. I mean, when you're throwing the word never around. VIP Pat is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He wants to talk about this topic. VIP Pat, you are on 101 ESPN. Good morning.
Good morning, boys. Always enjoy the repartee. I am very fortunate. I go downtown more than 40 times a year because I attend Blues games. But I have not been to a Cardinal game. I shouldn't say. I've been to what I can count on one hand Cardinal games in the last 6 years. This is a team that is not exciting. You guys keep saying the same thing. But when you brought up the thing about safety, I've never felt unsafe downtown in all the times I've been to Blues games, not once. So, Doug, I think, I don't know. Do you go downtown, Doug?
Sure. Yeah. I worked downtown for 34 years. Yeah, I'm saying I think it's more of an older fan thing. The older fans worry about safety more than the younger fans, for sure. That's probably why the Blues and the soccer team haven't had that same issue.
Doug, I'm older than you are. I feel safe downtown. So, I'm not buying into your premise. I respectfully, sir, when you go downtown, do you feel safe?
Well, I look around. I make sure I park in the right places. I wouldn't want to walk alone at night down there. You feel safe because it hasn't happened to you. But if you're saying it hasn't happened to anybody, then you're just wrong.
Well, I'm not saying that, and I wouldn't say that. What I will say is, if you go downtown and you're not an idiot and go by yourself, you're safe. So I don't think that this is an issue safety-wise. I'm following both teams, the Blues and the Cardinals, and the Cardinals suck right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would I get on the rear end in front of my 65-inch big screen TV with a toilet 12 feet away from me and an icebox full of beer to go downtown and watch mediocrity?
I'm going to Pat's to watch the game. That sounds pretty good.
I got this little, I guess it's a man cave. I got, various memorabilia strewn all over the place. My wife doesn't care if I go downstairs because she can just lock the door. And I have a walkout basement, so I can sneak out if I want.
A lot of humble bragging. A lot of humble bragging.
Papers.
So I think VIP, Pat, the main premise was you wanted to say it's not crime, it's not downtown safety, it's the product.
Absolutely. 100, 1,000, 1,400%.
Oh, 1,400%.
1,400%.
What a return on my take.
Okay. Well, I would never claim that it's the only reason attendance is down. I've never said that. It's a factor for some people, especially older folks.
Can you ever imagine in the last however many years looking at a TV screen and you can count the number of people that are at a Cardinal game? It's so embarrassing for us. It really is. Doug, I saw my first Major League Baseball game at Sportsman's Park when I was 7 years old in 1958. I've been to all three stadiums. If I were a tattoo person, I would probably have a tattoo of the Redbirds on my ass.
Oh, watch out.
There we go.
Watch it.
We got him, Doug. He just came on board. All right.
So
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying is I love the Cardinals, but what I'm seeing now is just so embarrassing and distressing. And I know I'm not alone. I'm one of the older folks around as far as your listening audience is concerned. And I don't know if I speak for all of us, but I know I speak for a large number of people. If you put a good product on the field, we'll be there.
Yeah.
There you have it.
All right, thank you, Pat. Thank you, Pat.
Hey, Doug, that's VIP Pat.
He's got a walkout basement.
You felt like that was just a call-in and brag?
Yes. I would love to have a walkout basement. You kidding me? We couldn't afford that extra door.
Extra door.
Yeah. You got to have a door to walk out.
I didn't even have a basement growing up.
Oh,
matter of fact, I've never really had a basement.
Why not?
You have a polo field, right?
They said you could have this house with a nice basement or a polo field.
You had a home on a slab?
Uh-huh. But also a polo field.
Where'd you go when tornadoes sirens
Hall
went off?
closet.
The whole family got in the hall closet?
Yeah. It was seldom that like a tornado that was going to really knock down the house to the foundation.
Well, you never know until it hits you.
Sure. Hall closet was decent enough, though. No windows or anything.
How about a texter defending the Cardinals? The Cardinals don't suck. Not a championship team, but they don't suck. From the 314. There's your Cardinal defense.
By Cardinal standards.
By
Cardinal standards.
Right.
The only two games
bar.
under 500.
Right. In relation to all of Major League Baseball, they're not the Rockies. What's their slogan, Martin? You can't lose them all.
Can't lose them all.
Colorado Rockies. Tom Ackerman tweeted out that the Cardinals haven't lost a Monday game since June.
Really?
Isn't that wild? They haven't lost a game on a Monday since June.
So tonight, man, just fix calendars. Tell everybody it's Monday. You pretend it's Monday.
It's always Monday.
Yeah, well,
we'll see what happens, Doug.
It has to be more than just a boring team, right? Because until the last couple of weeks, they were still somewhat in the wild card picture.
The interesting, I guess, test case would have been if they were 10 or 12 over. And a lot of people said not supporting this team. They did nothing in the offseason, tired of Mozeliak, sick of the DeWitts. All of these narratives that we heard would have been put to the test if they actually were better. Mm-hmm. And then how many people would stay away? I think you'd still have a significant portion who were dug in.
Yeah. Well, I do remember the 70s when the crowds were very small at Busch 2, when the teams weren't very good, and they didn't draw very, very many fans. It really turned around in the 80s when Whitey Herzog took over, and then it dipped off again in the early 90s. But since they got that foothold in about the year, I guess McGuire's year, 98, 99.
That laid the groundwork. I mean, it started in 96, surprisingly, when you look at the roster. Then they acquired McGuire at the deadline in 97. And from that point forward, attendance-wise, it was rock solid up until a handful of years. And that's because the product was the best in the National League over that duration of time and one of the best 2 or 3 in the game. So it's been a hell of a run. The drop-off combined with the messaging from the organization is what has created what you saw last night at Busch Stadium.
Mm-hmm. And lack of interesting players, I think. Lack of superstar players. Because even in a year when you weren't contending for anything, if you could go and see somebody catch a milestone, maybe some Pujols is going to hit his 700th home run or do something crazy, that was at least some hook to get you there.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
I don't know that Brendan Donovan's bringing people from all over the Midwest to watch. as Pujols might have.
Martin, Bill DeWitt's chuckle on your podcast is being blamed by John Scores. I see that quote. I have friends who talk about that quote. Do you have that at the ready, Jackson?
I can try to find it.
Because I feel like I have to say, listen, this is coming from somebody who I think probably over the last 2 decades, I might have been the most critical person in the organization, doing a show in Morning Drive in St. Louis. But also, if it's a ball, it's a ball. If it's a strike, it's a strike. You have an obligation to say what you think, especially when your compensation is not tied to the organization in any capacity. And the organization, Bill DeWitt Jr., whenever it's all said and done, will be viewed as one of the greatest owners in St. Louis sports history, period. But right now, things are in absolute disarray. But I feel like his son, when he was on your podcast, was not saying what he has attached to him. Here is the quote. This is your podcast last year, right?
I think it was about a year plus ago, and the topic, I think it was about like the TV deal or something. There was
I have it saved as long-term plan. I'm assuming that this is.
I forget, but the premise was not, hey, the team sucks. What are you guys doing about it? It was an interview about either the TV deal or the radio right or whatever. And then at the end, I said, hey, team's struggling. This is coming off of 23 when they were bad, and basically said, how aware are you of the angst or the frustration of the fans?
Okay.
Just long term, your dad has owned the team for a long time. Is there sort of an idea of the DeWitt family keeping this forever? Is the long-term plan to keep it in the family?
Yeah, I mean, it's status quo. I mean, my dad's in good health. He's 82. He's annoyed by the way we're playing now as he's ever been. Trying to figure out how to get better. We're excited about, holding long term and turning the ship back around. And we think we have a plan to do it. So we remain very excited and enthusiastic about Cardinals baseball and in particular, this great franchise.
Hold on. I think that might have been the wrong one.
But I think it's from the same interview.
Hold on. We wanted.
Hold on.
Soundbite is all we wanted.
The RFT did this article that, the article title was Cardinals Seeking Public Funding, which is just a lie. I mean, we're not out there seeking anything. I don't even know what the full project is going to look like. We're just embarking on that process of determining those big items, the sequence of those items, and then the next step would be, how we would finance it. So
I fell flat on my face here.
So again,
we've been given the wrong sound.
But did you notice in both of those answers, what did he do? He kind of has a laugh or and what I've said, and people, for those who are not familiar, the line that Bill III said is, I chuckle when people say, well, we'll stop going to games, we won't go. And he said, okay, if you do that, then revenue goes way down, and then we can't improve the club. We can't go and get players. That's what he was saying. But he used the line, I chuckle, and people are like, he's laughing at us. They're laughing at us. I don't think that's what was intended. I know that's how it's been portrayed.
Yes.
And those two clips, which Jackson accidentally played, I actually think it was helpful. I get it. I'll be carrying the DeWitt's water. I'm pointing out what I think is factual.
Well, you were the one hosting the interview.
Well, I'm saying what's factual to me is if you listen to him talk, if you ever talk to Bill III, he does kind of have a laugh, which he did in both of those clips.
Found it.
Doug, here is the clip. Nice. If it isn't Jackson, I worry what Doug's going to do to you in the commercial break.
I know. I've never been this disappointed.
Think about tantric.
I've been disappointed.
The thing I chuckle about is when I see sometimes comments, we gotta, not show up to send a message that this isn't acceptable to the owners. I find that one somewhat illogical reasoning because, we just turn this revenue machine into a payroll machine. I mean, that's what this is, this business. I mean, we try to drive as much revenue as we can, and then it gets put on the field for the most part. We have to obviously put on all sorts of other expenses. We talked about the stadium earlier. If you look at the revenue rankings,
there you go. That's it.
And he said, I chuckle at that premise. And yet, I think it's been overstated. You can be mad at the DeWitts. You can say they've stuck with Mozeliak too long. You could say the franchise has gotten stale on their watch, despite the good years that they had. I think all of that is accurate, but I don't think it's accurate to say, He's laughing at all the fans. He's saying that premise wouldn't work. They going back to the McGuire explosion, 98, 99. Jockett even said because of that,
Yes.
we went in, we had money to spend because people went bonkers in 98, 99. They went into 2000, traded for Edmonds, signed Matheny, signed Kyle. They went out and said Vigna had already been here 1 year, but they redid the roster largely going into 2000, and they all said, the DeWitts, Jockety, they had money to spend. So this is always, whether you like it or not, that has been their model. How much we bringing in? Okay, should they be more bold? They're sitting on a gold mine. Should they spend more? We could argue that all day. Absolutely, be more bold. You got this great team. Don't let it fall apart. But that's always been, it's overly pragmatic, and that's frustrating. Always been the model. Okay, how much are we bringing in? Let's go spend it on the next team. And he said, if you don't want to show up, then we won't have the money to spend. Now, you can hate that premise, but I think it's been the same for decades. And I don't think he's, if you listen to that, do you think he's mocking the fans?
That's the issue.
I think that's been misinterpreted. You can be frustrated with the DeWitts, but I don't think that's the best example.
So that actual exchange has just been, but it's not like people are doing it because they're mean or evil. It's just like the telephone game. It's become its own thing where they're just laughing at fans, and that's not what's going on. And you hear that, and what he's essentially saying would be what any owner of a business would say, well, if we don't have the revenue, we can't be upside down on the expenses. Now, you get into some who will say, well, who cares? You're a billionaire. Take the losses. And then that just gets into a conversation that I think, going back to logic, I would describe as respectfully illogical. I think if they did have someone working with them on messaging, they would say, hey, it would be important for someone from the organization, and at the outset, they had Mark Lamping, who I think was considered to be a great representative for the organization, to communicate effectively what the situation is. Because he's saying something that if you were to just read it, it makes all the sense in the world. But it can come off, if you're looking for it, as being either condescending or, oh, these fans just don't get it. Your protests will fall on deaf ears because then we just won't spend as much money. If you are looking for that, and then it goes into a social media accelerator of, how about this, Bill DeWitt III is laughing at us. But what he's saying makes all the sense in the world. If we have, let's just say, $200 million in revenue, but it drops down to $150 million in revenue, well, the payroll is also going to have a corresponding decline. That makes sense. But the way that some are taking it, as in they're laughing at the fan base, is not actually the way that it played out in the exchange. So then you sit there and go, why would these guys ever do interviews? Because he's having a conversation that when you hear it, he's giving his perspective, and then it's still held against him, 14 months later?
When people go to Six Flags in numbers, then Six Flags has money to build the next water slide. If you don't go, they don't build it.
Like about that, Martin, when you're deciding whether or not to go to Six Flags this weekend.
But they don't get interviewed all the time.
Well, I'd sure like a new coaster next year. Come on, kids. Get in the car. Let's go. I think the frustration is they've been too pragmatic. I think a lot of the decisions are, and it's what Mike Gersh, I believe, at one time described as their puke point when they would go after a free agent or maybe a trade proposal, like when they got to the point where they just weren't comfortable anymore. I think they needed to go beyond that at times and be a little more bold. Were you going to get Bryce Harper? Probably not. But if you had gone aggressively after him, that might have changed your franchise for 10 years. And it doesn't always work. Many of the cases, it doesn't work when you chase a free agent. But I think overall, it's been a little too safe, pragmatic, and even their patience with John Mozeliak, I think, has burnt them.
But I think they have spent money. They've just spent it poorly. And then they've also tried to get guys to come here who didn't want to come here, which in a way became a break. The fact that Pujols went to Anaheim was a huge break. David Price and Giancarlo Stanton didn't want to come here, and that Hayward took less money to go to Chicago. And I think at the undercurrent, that's a frustration for fans that players are not choosing to come here, because then it becomes a self-confidence issue with the place that you've chosen to live or the place where you grow up and you still cheer for the team. Like, oh my God, now we can't even get guys to come here, even if we are paying more than other franchises are offering, or in the case of Stanton, he just used his no-trade clause. So I think that's an undercurrent to it as well. We're late for a break. We got to break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug, you were talking about the music video for Criminal in 1996? 7?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Shadowboxer was 96. That was the first hit from the album. Was that a self-titled?
Mm-mm. It was not.
What was the title of the album?
Tidal.
Tidal.
Not title with a T, but with a D.
Like tidal wave.
Bingo.
Thank you. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategy, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. He is online at evergreenstl.com. I'm going to give a phone number out if anybody's interested.
Okay.
314-889-0503. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Longtime TMA sponsor, Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor. Somebody I have gotten to know quite well and somebody I think very highly of as both an individual and a professional. And I want to say this and I want to make this clear. Crystal, get a financial advisor. I don't care what you're working with, even if you're in dire straits like the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, who have retained bankruptcy counsel.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Chapter 11 or Chapter 7?
Chapter 6.
Okay.
You need a financial advisor. And if I could go back, I would keep taking Propecia, and I would have a financial advisor. And I would probably get that surgery over in China that extends my femur or my tibia?
One of those, either.
I'd also recommend going to law school.
Both be helpful.
Those are our 4 regrets. But man, I wish I would have known that Mark Hanna 20 years ago. EvergreenSTL.com. Give him a call. You will enjoy the experience. Very rarely can I say that. You're going to get on the phone with somebody. You're going to come away from it feeling better about your life. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503, or go online at EvergreenSTL.com.
That's who I use, and I don't have to worry about things anymore.
There you go.
Because I used to always wonder, am I doing the right thing here with taxes and with my 401k and with the trust? And
yeah, and you always would bet the over on Cubs day games with the wind blowing out.
I did, and he got me away from that a little bit. And
Sevy would say, where's Vaughn? He's down in the corner paying some kid.
There were a long Cardinal conversation in the previous segment, and enjoyed the conversation. However, Martin, some of the texters were theorizing that Jackson was intentionally not playing the right soundbite to protect the DeWitt.
That's my favorite take, is that Jackson couldn't get the right clip because he was protecting the DeWitts.
Yeah. Well, boy, you get a merit badge for that one.
Well, more than that.
How about this? I like to see this. Doug, we're changing minds. We're changing hearts.
Okay.
Okay. Guys, I kind of get what you're saying. Regardless of what was meant by that chuckle by DeWitt III, the appearance of that, the optics of that is not good. The messaging from the organization sucks. The fan base is trying to send a message, and the organization is choosing to brush it off. That's from the 314. So that person, to their credit, is acknowledging that perhaps what he or she thought went on in that interview exchange with Martin on his podcast, the Kilcoyne Conversation, was not actually what went on. So
and that was over a year ago. For those who were just hearing it, saying, oh, that's a terrible message, it's the timing of it, I think if Bill III were talking right now, the tone would be entirely different based on how things have played out this year, the visual. That was early in the 2024
it was
season.
May of 2024.
Thank you.
TMA, in regards to the attendance issue, if the owners are not aware of the perception that they do not care, then go on the air and come off condescending toward the fans. And I'm sorry, but that sound clip does come off incredibly condescending towards the fans. And you do not have the awareness to either get out and speak towards that issue or at a bare minimum make some type of apology. Martin, there should have been an apology after. By either speaking that way or spending money on the infield product, guess that probably meant on-field product, then that is squarely on the owners. If they are too stupid to be able to control the tone of the messaging coming out of their own office, that's on them, not the fans. Lifelong diehard Cardinals fans who has divorced this team solely because of the actions of the ownership, and they've done nothing but further solidify that opinion to people like me for the last several years. That is from the 314. I think for every one acknowledgement that maybe that soundbite was not what they thought the soundbite was after hearing it, you probably have 25 that would be more in line with that style of text. And that gets back to messaging from someone other than Bill DeWitt Jr., Bill DeWitt III, John Mozeliak, or Oli Marmol, because, I mean, we're just assessing what it is. The 4 of them aren't in a position where fans buy into them. Doug Armstrong would be my counter to that. Jim Montgomery's got a shorter tenure at this point. But Doug Armstrong, when he talks, even if he's saying something that people don't necessarily like, they believe him. And God, that's the most important thing. You don't like somebody, you don't like a move, that's fine, but they believe him. And that, to me, is at the core where the Cardinals and the relationship between the fans has dissipated so substantially. They don't believe them. They don't believe they care. They don't believe they really want to compete. They don't believe that they're not prioritizing Ballpark Village and real estate more. And then when they hear from the manager or the president of baseball operations, or in this case, Bill DeWitt III, they feel like they are being disingenuous and or condescending. And that is when you have a real problem, which is why I speak to the credibility of Doug Armstrong currently, or 20 years ago, Mark Lamping, when he was the president of the organization. That has great value. Authenticity, credibility, there is no price that you can put on it.
In the sports world definition, this would be a crisis, right? If you look at what's happening with this franchise, not only the on-field product, but just the fact that there's apathy, the attendance. So what do? I think you need to message this entirely different, as we've talked about, and you have to kind of look at everybody in the face and say, wow, we didn't realize how bad it was. We didn't see, I think that there needs to be some come to Jesus type admission, and it might be the third over. I mean, it's not for Chaim Bloom to say, well, we've really screwed this thing up. Hey, he just got here.
Yeah.
And Mozeliak is on the way out. There's fatigue. So it's really incumbent on, I guess, the third to sit there and say, okay, this is worse than we thought. We've tried with Chaim to kind of get this thing turned around. It's going to take a minute, and we got to get this back on track. We're a proud franchise. Doesn't seem that long ago. We were playing in October, and we had fans everywhere. This is unbelievable what's happened here, and it's our job to fix it. I mean, there needs to be something said at least to that effect, because I think the vibe has always been, hey, nothing to see here. Everything's fine. Hey, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Come and get a bobblehead. Hey, we got a new hot dog stand. And people are like, that's not it anymore. And I think there needs to be some acknowledgement publicly. Wow, this thing really got off track. As good as it was, boy, it's really bad now. And we see it and we hear it from you fans. We get it.
Yeah.
We get it. And it's obvious. We can't ignore it anymore. And I think that needs to be said.
Well, maybe they'll say that when the season's over.
I don't know that they will, but I think it would help.
But it could be that this is all as simple as they've made a long series of personnel moves over the last 7 or 8 years that just haven't worked. And now instead of having a good, exciting, competitive team, they've got a boring team that's going nowhere and hasn't gone anywhere for 2 or 3 years now and doesn't appear to be going anywhere in the future.
Well, if Jordan Walker were Aaron Judge and if Nolan Gorman were Bryce Harper, you'd say, oh, these DeWitts, man, they know how to field the team.
You would. You would. If they were fighting for the Brewers for the Central Division title, if some of these moves had paid off, it'd be a whole different thing. And I'm not sure how much you can blame the ownership. If you blame it, the ownership, maybe it's for not making a change with Mozeliak years ago, but they've provided them money. They spend money. They've just spent it unwisely.
Yes, I share that opinion. But the thing is, part of, if you're in a position to do it, and sometimes when you're an employee, you can't necessarily say things, but in the case of an owner, you can, or you can direct an employee if you can get on the same page on how to communicate with the people. And I think that was one of their strengths, again. And it's not just like Mark Lamping is in his own, there are other organizations that have people. And again, we have a perfect foil right down the street with the Blues. Doug Armstrong doesn't own the franchise, but people buy into him. And I think Jim Montgomery, in the early stages of his tenure as head coach, has the same thing going on. Certainly Tom Stillman has that, but I think Tom Stillman, people would say that's because he won a cup. I think he had it before he won a cup. If you can have either somebody in the organization or somebody who you hire, and like you said, Martin, I don't think it's a Bloom position, but I think it will help. I think there will be a great automatic response of positivity toward Chaim Bloom, in part just because he's not John Mozeliak, so he's got great equity in that capacity. But somebody say, listen, an acknowledgement is the first step that this has gotten away from us. We know it. Last year at that press conference where Chaim Bloom was whisked away, Bill DeWitt Jr. said, well, man, we still had a winning season. I wanted to throw something through the wall, and I really don't get too worked up about this stuff all that often. I'm like, oh, my God, this is like we go to bowls around here. So you have a winning record, and that's the barometer? I mean, it was barely a winning record, but now we're going to start using that. That's why the 2020 and 2021 postseasons, I'm like, they're going to use this to defend crap. And sure enough, they did. Well, it's 4 straight postseasons. But the postseason was a different entry point in 2020 and 2021 versus when the franchise was acquired by the DeWitts. So I think if you can have somebody who steps forward and says, here's we recognize it. It's gotten away from us. We know it's gotten away from us, and this fan base deserves better, and it is our top priority. Here is how we're going to do it. I think that would really resonate with people because people want to love the Cardinals. People grew up loving the Cardinals. But at this moment, there is real animosity and or apathy toward the Cardinals.
Martin Bloom's been here for almost 2 years. In what world is that he just got here? I'm talking about him taking over going into next season. You can't point to him as the voice of all that's been wrong and say, hey, what happened here? He did loosely just get here. He's going to be taking over that job going into next year. I mean, 2 years ago, last year, he was a consultant. He worked once a week. He lived in Boston. So I think this is the first year he's been immersed in the organization. But in terms of his title, yeah, he did just get here. He will be going into that next year.
The disheartening thing is it doesn't appear that there's any real quick fix possibility. They're not going to go out and spend hundreds of millions on 2 or 3 free agents to turn it around. You really only got one young pitcher who looks like he might be a part of your pitching staff 4 or 5 years into the future. You don't have any of your young players developing into an all-star caliber. Maybe Weatherholt's the guy. I don't know if he can perform as well in the majors as he's done in the minors. But there doesn't appear to be just a couple of tweaks you can make to turn it into a competitive team.
But I even think bringing up Weatherholt, that's another one where marketing and creating some positive momentum has to be a factor. And if you stick to your model, which I've said, they've been overly pragmatic. Well, we're not going to overspend on this. We're not going to go after that. But we'll just kind of get to this point and we're just overly pragmatic. That's my word that I've always been frustrated with, the DeWitts in this franchise. I think Weatherholt's another example. And you say, well, we don't do things to the short term. You need to do something for the short term. You have to change the way you've been thinking. And he may come up here and struggle, but at least tells people that you get it, that they're looking for something to believe in. They're looking for a reason to get excited about next year. And that just tells people, if you say, well, it's like starting Eric Fetty over and over again. It's like you don't get it. You just don't get it. And now with Weatherholt, that's another message to me, to the fans. Yep, everything's fine here. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about it. This is how we do it. And 3 of the 6 players drafted ahead of Weatherholt have been called up. So it's not just baseball never does that.
Yeah. You're welcome to participate. Lots of people are doing so, calling in, texting in, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, plus email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming up in about an hour. Martin, you are a happy Design Air Heating and Cooling client as well.
What have we been talking about? We want to have companies that we can count on, and that's Design Air. They've been around for more than a century. Happy customer. They just keep lining up. Timmy's dad, it's the latest, just the latest and greatest to join.
It's Jimmy Stewart.
It's unbelievable how many people have taken our advice and gone to designairservice.com. Get yourself an estimate. That's what Mr. McKernan did, and he is hooked up with a new system. Thanks to Seth Goldcamp's family organization that's been the 4th generation now. And it's a company, that's going to be here a year from now, 10 years from now. So for all your heating and cooling needs year-round, we're starting to switch a little bit. It'll get hot again. Then it'll get cold in the wintertime, and you're going to make sure that furnace is working properly. Get a tune-up before the winter season for all your needs. It's designairservice.com, also the sponsor of the email of the day.
Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
Well, it's spring.
So good.
Oh.
Really working on my weight shift right now, Doug. Helping compression. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Just a beautiful song, and that puts you in a good headspace.
It almost makes me never want to listen to music again. Any type. I'll just pass on that for the rest of my life.
Going to take your Contreras bat to your radio in your car today and just smash it?
I might.
The program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA, and welcome you to participate in the conversation in a wide variety of ways by calling in 314-974-0101, by texting it 314-399-9646, and by emailing in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Hanselman singing can't be played on YouTube? That's from Birthday Hawk, and I guess they're unhappy that that song wasn't played on YouTube?
Covers of songs that are copyrighted are still copyright, you know.
Think about that, Doug.
So, like, if Doug did a rendition of Uptown
Like
Girl by Billy
karaoke
Joel,
songs would still be copyrighted.
that would still get hit on YouTube.
I'll be
copyright.
darned.
So, fair question, but didn't approach it in a fair way, honestly.
Kind of came after you.
Yeah, so I don't know why I'm trying to be, give a concession here.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Not at all. It would still be copyright, unfortunately.
All right. Well, we're all about copyright protection here.
Yeah.
Has Jackson seen The American President? There's a fun speech back and forth on leadership and sand. That's from the 636.
Sand?
I have seen The American President. There's a great speech in the
that was Michael Douglas, Martin Sheen, Annette Bening. Am I correct on that?
Yeah. Yep. And
has there been a Movie Boy episode on The American President, which I believe is 30 years old this year? Am I right on that? Is it 1995?
Right, I believe that's a Aaron Sorkin script, if I'm not mistaken. It is. That came out in 1995, November 17th. So maybe a 30-year look back on the American president.
Who will be your guest? Aaron Sorkin?
That would be great.
Maybe get a former president.
Be fun.
Like W? You think he would come on?
Might.
He's on the Jerry Jones special.
Honestly, of any
the 8-part episode
of any living president, he'd be the most likely, I would think. He seems like he'd have some fun.
Hey, he's probably not doing anything.
Obama puts out his favorite movies every year, though, so he's still in the know. So he might be a better one. W or Obama.
Living president that you could have, ex-president you could have a beer with.
That's still alive?
Living president.
It'd have to be. He'd have to be alive to have a beer with him.
Former president that's still alive. So your choices would be...
It'd be W or Obama.
Clinton, Obama, or Biden, I guess.
W or Obama. Yeah.
I just feel like W is the answer, don't you think?
He seems like he'd have more fun, but Obama seems like a pretty great storyteller. I don't think you could go wrong with either of those choices.
Parody's fair use, bro. That's from Nordique, a hockey elephant, who says that Jackson's wrong about the copyright issue.
Our motto often is err on the side of caution.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes because it's not really a real human that would be deciphering whether it's copyright or not. It would be some sort of AI, some sort of computer program, and why risk it, is what I say.
Now Big Tuft is typing in all caps.
Ooh, that's always a good start.
How is the Masters song a violation, but the Colby Rasmus Fire Burning in the Outfield song or Acoustic Session songs are okay?
Acoustic sessions would be original tunes usually, and then I don't play the Fire Burning in the Outfield one on YouTube.
How about that?
And did he write that in all caps, you said?
Yes.
Suspended.
Oh, my goodness.
Big Tuft.
Wow. Gone.
Suspended, period of 2 days' time. His name right now is going into the suspension log. And a letter has been put in his file.
Oh, he got a file.
Yes, he did.
Oh, Doug won't hold the DeWitts accountable, but he's willing to go after the listeners.
Yeah, what's that about?
The DeWitts have been suspended.
Wow.
Suspended a
So you're
period.
suspending everybody now.
2 days' time for the DeWitts.
Someone's got to do something, you know.
Hit him with a tariff.
I'm going to hit the DeWitts with a tariff of a 20% reciprocal
That'll be valuable.
tariff.
That'll be very valuable on that tariff.
That'll turn everything around.
They won't like it. They won't like it at all.
They might just call somebody and have the tariff undone. Might know those people.
Ticket prices may go up because of the tariff.
Yeah, the consumer will have to pay for the new tariff. Oh, Martin just chuckled laughing about Cardinal fans having to pay more.
See? Proves it. You wouldn't laugh about having to pay more if you dealt with James Carlton because you won't pay more. You're going to pay less. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, my insurance agent, online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. Here is a question. I realize it's rhetorical, but just think. Has your insurance gone up in the last year? An incredibly high chance that the answer is yes. By spending approximately 2 to 3 minutes on the phone with somebody who is actually in Webster Groves working with James Carlton, could be James himself, and you tell them about your situation, they then look for a way to save you money. Very good chance that they're going to be able to save you money, and now you're working with the best in the business, and the best in the business is James Carlton. He's online at carltoninsurance.net, longtime TMA sponsor, going back to 2017. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. They've had Chris Fowler on ESPN all this morning. I kind of missed the breakdowns of the top 5 quarterbacks for the last 3 months, but they've been talking about the final Lee Corso appearance on College Game Day, which is coming your way this Saturday. And College Game Day, Jackson, for week 1 is in?
It'd be Tallahassee,
That's
right?
correct, which is where he has, of course, ties that run deep. This will be his final appearance, Doug. Lee Corso's final College Game Day.
I will miss him. He's a fun guy to listen to and to watch.
Turning 90 or did turn 90.
Did you guys see the approximately 7-minute tribute video that they did for him over the past weekend? I would call that major recommended viewing. I am doing the same thing with of course, the Dallas Cowboys Netflix series.
Debbie Does Dallas.
No, that kind of predates me, but Ella Reese's latest Girls' Way scene, if you're looking for a recommendation in that genre, sure, I'm happy to give you one. So, yeah, those would be my recommended viewing. Doug, Kirk Herbstreit, very emotional. And the relationship between Herbstreit and Lee Corso, I've always thought you could tell when Lee Corso would be struggling on the set, Herbstreit would be there kind of helping him along, trying to kind of a father-son, maybe grandfather-grandson relationship there. Herbstreit, incredibly emotional. All of the people who were on paying tribute to him in this video, recommended viewing. He is, that's the end of an era.
Yeah, I would watch that pregame show longer than I really had much interest in it, just to see what head he was going to put on. That got me every week. Doesn't take much, but that did it.
Slightly related in a look around the sporting world. Are we in 9? This is a 9-2. A look around the sporting world. Dave Portnoy banned from Ohio State Stadium for the big noon kickoff appearance.
That was making its way around social media last night, but this morning I see that outlets are now saying that that's not true and that it was a Fox decision.
Not to send him there?
Not to have him in there.
Jackie Papers, what do you know? So Dave Portnoy founded Barstool. I guess he's going to have a role. They saw what McAfee was doing on ESPN. It feels like Fox is borrowing that idea. First big noon kickoff game, Texas, Ohio State. And then the pregame show.
Why wouldn't they want him at Ohio State? Has he said bad things about the Buckeyes?
He's a big Michigan guy.
Oh, that's because he's Michigan.
The original reporting came from Ryan Glass-Steagall.
Doug, you know Ryan?
No.
Sure, with
we
him
go
for
way,
years.
way back.
I chuckle when you quote Ryan Glass-Steagall.
He of Front Office Sports said Barstool founder Dave Portnoy is barred from Ohio Stadium. That was the original reporting yesterday. But yes, I have seen
who decides
reports on this.
So Ross Dellinger, for the record, of Yahoo Sports, he's a college football writer, tweeted this morning, Ohio State did not issue a ban on Dave Portnoy. A.D. Ross Bjork former Missouri guy, tells Yahoo Sports, Bjork confirms that Fox decided Portnoy would not be on the main desk of Big Noon Kickoff, and those not on the desk do not normally appear on the field. These are Fox decisions that he wanted to make sure the college football fans knew. Ohio State was not banning Portnoy.
That makes more sense. Ohio State's not that stupid. They would probably welcome it just to keep the rivalry going. Not that it needs much help, but I don't think you wouldn't squash. You wouldn't throw out an announcer who went to school there.
A lot of texts are saying Game Day is also going to be in Columbus. I don't know. I'm just reading it. I guess this weekend?
Yeah, they're in Columbus on Saturday.
So they're dueling pre-games.
Who's in Columbus this weekend?
College Game Day.
How can College Game Day be if Tallahassee and Columbus?
I am going by the texters here.
Wouldn't Big Noon Kickoff be at Ohio State?
Well, yeah, they are, for sure. That's what the whole
Portnoy's not allowed.
Right. So why would College Game Day also be there when they're also going to be at Tallahassee?
They can be in two places at once.
You teleport, right?
They're going to have broadcast simultaneously? That seems impossible.
Well, they've done that before at big games. They could both be there.
Huh?
There's a lot of games on Thursday night. Why do you suppose they scheduled them on Thursday instead of Saturday?
Because of the I think Labor Day weekend is a reason, because students are gone. Details. See below details on where College Game Day will be.
Yeah,
I'm on ESPN.com.
It says they're in Columbus.
Yeah.
Okay.
When the hell are they going to Tallahassee?
Doug?
I don't have these answers. I did no show prep.
So they're not going to Tallahassee.
No, I think there was some speculation because it was his last broadcast that they may go there, but they are not.
Okay. All right. That's where I was confused. My apologies. Although I don't really know why I'm apologizing.
Clip that off.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that you have to apologize.
I was for sure thought they were going to be in Tallahassee.
All right, time for onboarding. That's from Big Tuft, who is now getting onto that Mount Rushmore with Harrison's brother Master.
Kwame Voyukas the fourth?
Kwame Voyukas, Mr. Siders. I think I've got my fourth. Thank you, Big Tuft.
Man, I love me that first weekend of college football. It all starts on Thursday night. And Doug, as you mentioned, there are a lot of great choices on Thursday night. Of course, the focus here is Central Arkansas and Missouri, but that's not the only one. Boise State goes on the road, ranked in the top 25 to South Florida. And don't forget about Stony Brook and San Diego State.
Friday night, though, ILL hosting Western Illinois, the 12th-ranked Illini. Kansas gets a chance to go to 2-0 before heading to Columbia, Missouri. They're going to take on a gentleman named Wagner.
It's just one guy.
Milt Wagner.
He'll have his hands full.
Georgia Tech and Colorado will finally settle who really should have been the national champions 35 years ago when they split it. They play at Folsom Field on Friday night. And then Saturday morning at 11 o'clock, Ohio State hosts the Texas Longhorns. How do you do?
And you don't like the starting time?
Hate it.
Trying to see who got the better starting time. Alabama, Florida State.
That's got the 2:30.
Yeah.
And then the night game is LSU and Clemson. That's going to be pretty awesome.
Tim, clarification, Big Tough, no hate for Martin, just love for KG. Fair enough.
How about that?
Like to give the kids some opportunities.
He's still suspended.
He's still gone.
2 days,
LSU,
letter in the
Clemson,
file, the whole bit.
And that one is at Death Valley, the Clemson Death Valley, where Brian Kelly says their Death Valley is better.
Dad was going to be running out 10,000 miles an hour from that damn hill.
And then Sunday night, the Fighting Irish and Miami.
Ooh, yeah. Is that going to be?
It's in Miami.
Yeah, rats.
What do you care?
That's not the energy won't be there.
He's kind of right about that.
Okay.
The energy just won't be there.
That building just doesn't get much energy.
Well, now that they play at Hard Rock, it's nowhere near a campus.
That's their home stadium.
It sucks.
Well, they never had an on-campus stadium, right?
They used to
when you
play
were there, they were Orange Bowl.
Yeah, no on-campus.
But that's a lot closer to the campus than it is than Hard Rock.
That's correct.
But I don't know if the location of the
25
campus
minutes.
determines the energy in a stadium.
Well, if you are a student and you're looking to get after it, and most students are, it puts a real dent in your day when you have to then travel 45 minutes to an hour to get to the stadium.
Well, it's not that. It's
a dent in your day.
25 minutes.
It's a dent in your day.
I think college students are capable of getting in a car and driving to a stadium.
Not if they're intoxicated.
And that Hard Rock is a reimagined pro player park. It used to be the Marlins.
That's right.
They've it was always a crappy football stadium. I guess they've tweaked it over the years. Kind of surprised that that's their home. I mean, as much as they've had stadium wars in the NFL.
It is odd. And it's just kind of, it's right across from that, Seminole Hard Rock guitar, if you've seen that.
Yeah. Casino
off of
thing.
95 and Turnpike. Yeah, kind of a random location, but land is at a premium down there. The only time they're going to build something is for the Marlins to have it right downtown. And that's convenient and killing it for them. Martin, because Big Tough says it's time for onboarding, I guess it's onboarding. That's the way that it works.
KG, grab a bat.
And there you go. Come on in. The water is warm. Martin, we'll see you tomorrow. Chairman Kurt, we'll see you for the 10 o'clock hour. It's TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. This just in from Adam Schefter's Twitter account. The Dolphins are releasing former Missouri wide receiver Theo Weiss from their team. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, what'd you request us?
Oh, I like Tuesday.
Not a lot of great Tuesday songs, but this one's right up there.
Tuesday Afternoon.
Who's that by?
Moody Blues.
Good call. That's coming up next.
Okay. No dancing now.
I wasn't.
Remix, PFG remix. Performing at the Crestwood Mall Food Court this Friday at 4 p.m.
That's where you toughed around as a kid?
Yeah, we all wore trench coats.
Oh, gosh.
Did you really?
Of course we did. What, do you like saying it wasn't cool?
Like you were all Inspector Gadget? Like, why? Was that like a style? Well, I'm asking.
What are you trying to say? We're PFG, man.
Well, at that time, wouldn't it have been like the Adidas tracksuit would have been more in vogue? Like Run DMC
You think I was
kind of
born
style?
in like 65?
No, but like late. I'm thinking this is late 80s, right?
Early 90s? I was in high school. It was cool.
That's when the PFG was around? Like when you were a freshman? So you get cut from the football team. And
You didn't have to go there.
And your first move is to start a rap group.
Isn't that how NWA started up?
Yeah. That's what Cube was cut.
Cube got cut.
Yeah. And then they started up easy.
Doug, Theo Weiss. We actually learned something in a Sports Center update that didn't have to do with the association. Hey, I'll come right back over the top. Theo Weiss got cut.
I'm surprised. I thought he'd be a good NFL receiver.
He had a couple touchdowns in one of their preseason games.
I bet someone picks him up.
I think so, too.
Yeah. Portnoy just went live on IG, and he is claiming Ohio State did ban him. The plot thickens. That's from Steven Time.
Don't you think he would want that story out there?
Yes. That's kind of...
He'll wear that as a badge of honor.
He's been banned from Super Bowls where then he goes in with a fake mustache and gets pulled out. Like, that's part of his whole gig.
Why would that get you thrown out of a Super Bowl?
He's been banned from the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's on Goodell's blacklist.
For doing what?
There was some during Deflategate where he was protesting. I don't know the full details of it, and so sharing it would be irresponsible.
Him and 3 Barstool employees went and did like a sit-in at the NFL headquarters and got cuffed and taken away, and then they sold the Goodell clown shirts. So he's had a tumultuous relationship with Goodell.
They had to sit in right there in their offices?
I believe so.
But yes, you're right. He would want something. I think he would want something like that to be the case.
I know he's been hypercritical of Urban Meyer. Is he on that Big Noon kickoff?
Good question.
Crowdsourcing.
Oh, well, let's go find that.
It's usually just guys who were really good at college football in 2005.
Exactly. I got to tell you, Jackson couldn't be more accurate.
And Urban was great at that time, too, so he would...
I cannot watch that show. I love ESPN's College Game Day. I love it. I truly do. And at the same time, I loathe Fox's Big Noon Kickoff. And I can't give you an explanation. I just know that that's where I am. And I know some people like some things and some people
don't like other things.
Yes, that's actually what I was trying to say.
Uh-huh.
But I'm blown away by it.
Yeah.
They're obviously willing to spend money. I just don't know.
It stars Matt Leinart, Brady Quinn, Rob Stone.
Doug of the St. Louis Rams.
Yeah. Mark Ingram, and then Urban Meyer.
There you go.
Is there a really big, boisterous personality in that group?
Mark Ingram, it can be, but I wouldn't say he would be like my first draft pick of boisterous personalities to discuss sports with.
Okay. Big Noon Kickoff is community college compared to College Game Day. That's from Oli Doesn't Know.
Yeah. Okay. Also, College Game Day has the mystique, like the fans pack it out behind it, and it has the energy, and Big Noon Kickoff is on the field, so they just can't compare energy-wise.
No.
And you don't have a Lee Corso You don't have someone like Herb Street. It's not the same.
But they couldn't set up their set in the middle of a campus somewhere because it would be blatant copying.
Yeah, right. You'd be, and not to mention when your big noon kickoff, like it's kind of you're going for a game that kind of stinks because it's being played at noon. Like it just doesn't have the energy. When you're at college game day and the game's not going to be for another 10 hours because it's going to be a night game. There's a real
buzz. A pony. There's a pony.
Yeah.
There's a pony in the barn, brother.
Yeah.
And the pony show's coming out at either 2:30 Central or 7 p.m. Central.
Yeah, like they might be at State College for a Penn State game, but it's going to be a noon Penn State game as opposed to the night games where people know that that's famous for having as good an energy as any team in college football.
I'll be darned. It never bothered me really what time the games were. It never really did. I guess it should.
I mean,
if I was excited about the game.
This show has always been about, number one, no kink shaming.
Mm-hmm.
But number two, liberty. It's always been about liberty.
And game times. And starting times.
And the thing that is so important, and this is really something that Jackson's been passionate about, is if you like something and we don't like it, we want you to like it, but just don't make us like it.
Right. Yes. It gets back to Producer Joe's pros,
Producer Joe's pros.
Some people like things, and some people don't like other things. It's really a credo to live by.
It should be on the walls here of the studio.
It should be tattooed on every red blood American's
right
body.
Across the foreheads.
Like a barcode.
So the 11 o'clock start is usually going to be reserved for one of three schools: Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State.
Right.
Because it's going to be Big Ten, and that's when Fox has those games.
Yep. And it might be like a random Golden Gopher situation. Shout out to our guy, Brodie Hermann. But mostly it's those three schools.
How often has Minnesota and non-Ohio State, non-Penn State, non-Michigan gotten that?
Right.
With all three of those schools active that weekend.
Right. And now when you add in USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington to an extent.
But, I mean, they have to be on the road. They're not going to kick them off at 9 o'clock. I bet it'd be amusing if they tried.
There was like a Colorado game.
They bouldered them at 10 o'clock.
There was like a Boulder game, that started at 10 a.m. And that is the epitome of like, what are we doing? I mean, I remember Ladue before they put lights in the field and before.
Doug, this is a story you and I can't relate to.
But Ladue Horton Watkins, a public school, there was no lights in the football field when I was in school, and then they started playing at SLU High as not only as a nod to Tim, but also to play Friday night home games.
Right.
And sometimes before they would do that, they would play Saturday at 10 a.m. and it sucks. Like that's not high school football.
That's a little early.
And it's just even playing on Saturday, Friday night lights. And college football should be played at Saturday afternoons.
But the neighborhood wouldn't let Ladue put up lights, right?
At that time, I believe that was the case. But they now have a gorgeous football facility at Ladue.
I don't mind getting up at about 11 o'clock, having a nice game to watch.
Sure.
And at nighttime, listen, I hit the club scene hard.
I know
slices.
you do. Bottle service.
Right.
But aren't you checking on the Hawaii game that you have allocated a lot of money towards, like the first half spread?
Maybe on my way home at 3 or 4 in the morning, bro.
When someone's sweating out the Hawaii game, you know they've lost their ass all day that day.
Wasn't there a year about 20 years ago where Hawaii was like a nationally ranked team?
Yeah, they had a good quarterback.
With Colt Brennan. He finished third in the Heisman in 2007. Chase Daniel finished fourth. Am I right on that?
I think
and
so.
And did Tim Tebow win? Tim Tebow?
That sounds right.
Yeah. Colt Brennan unfortunately passed away in May of 2021. Really sad.
Doug, I got 2 wristbands for you at my house at my cabana, KU Mizzou weekend. You like Tito's or Grey Goose? That's from the Worson Woods Wacko.
Everything. You just throw everything at me.
I'll take you up on that Worson Woods Wacko.
Would you?
Yeah, I would. You're
going to hang out at my house?
I did last year with the Worson Woods Wacko, for that matter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, they have
all day.
They have a backyard area,
and that was the best. It was the weather was perfect, kind of like what we got going on around here right now.
Yeah.
Missouri just come back against Wardam. My wife and I were there. No kids. Pony.
You just drank all day?
I did, and I just don't. But I mean, because of having now an 8-year-old and a 3-year-old. I'm not going to get crap from my friends when I don't drink and play golf. And it's like, I have to go home. I'm already out for 5 hours of you
right.
dumbasses losing a bunch of money. And then if I came home after losing money and drunk, I mean, I'd be at Napoli within a couple weeks.
Yeah, at best. If I sat there and had 3 drinks, they'd have to pump my stomach and give me an entire blood transfusion just to keep me alive, just to get me back to my car.
Yeah.
How many drinks would you have over the course of a day?
You know, I had a few at the game. Live bet Missouri to come back against War Eagle, Prophet. And I think we didn't get back to that game was, I think that might have been an earlier game now that I think about it.
Which game was it last year?
Missouri-Auburn?
Yeah, that was an earlier.
Yeah, that was an early. That was 11,
so, wow. So I guess I drank for about 10 hours.
Oh, gosh.
But these are light beers. You're not having VSOP over ice or something.
I'll drink port at a game.
You think anyone's ever drank port at an SEC game?
Somebody who really needs to pack a lunch to get there.
Did they need dessert wine at a college football game? Probably in the hot sun. It sounds awful.
Hey, Doug, UGA hung 50 on Hawaii that year in the Sugar Bowl. That's from Al in Dadeville, and he loves those Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia taking on Marshall this weekend. The Thundering Herd between the hedges.
All right.
Lou sucks! It's on the 314.
State champs.
Who has the best stadium in St. Louis high school football? Thanks. That's from the amateur.
Oh, that's a good question.
SLU High is a gorgeous field.
Kirkwood's is pretty nice.
CBC's is beautiful.
Webster just built a brand new one.
Yeah, that's right.
Kirkwood's is really, really nice.
Yeah.
That video board at the Ladue field is
Ladue just put out it's all brand new. They have like a press box.
Lindbergh has a good one. Lindbergh High looks like a small college now. They redid the whole school. It's just gorgeous.
Pattonville has a giant it might be the biggest American flag I've ever seen in my life.
I asked Google who had the best high school football stadium in St. Louis, and people aren't going to like this, but the first school they named, Ladue Horton.
Yes! Look at Jackson staring at the camera, and he's doing that Mickey Carroll 1920s boxing champion move.
L-L-L-A-D-D-D-U-E. L-A-D-D-U-E. Go Ladue.
Oh, man, what Doug and I wouldn't do to be able to go to Ladue High School.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Two meat and potatoes guys.
Get on to our parents.
Violin over here.
Tell our parents you're just going to have to make some more money.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, right. Get out of here.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is coming your way here in a matter of moments. And now there were some people who are upset because the standings were wrong. And I see Jackson has updated the standings.
Buck Swope emailed me. It's been taken care of.
That doesn't seem like something he would do.
In fairness, this was warranted.
And what's the prize for the email of the month?
For the month?
Yeah.
Oh, man. To even start naming off prizes wouldn't do it justice.
That's true.
Great football stadium, but horrible education. Public school. Ew. That's from Veiled Prophet.
Turned out me.
That was the most beta chant I have ever heard. That's from Mr. Siders.
It's beta? That's what the cheerleaders would do on the sidelines. I heard. I was very close.
Can you do it again?
What's that?
Can you do it again?
No.
Okay. All right.
Well, I guess he's out.
No, I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah, he's not going to do it.
Just to skewer it again.
I liked it.
I'll do it again. L-A-D-D-D-U-E. L-A-D-D-U-E. Go Ladue. I almost forgot that spell.
Yeah, there's a little brief pause there.
Well, there's extra D's. You're throwing around extra D's, and I forget. There's only one D in Ladue.
Doug, this is easy. 100westdental.com. That's
also 1D.
Yeah, 1D. Think about that. 100westdental.com. 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. You can also call 636-585-0100. They built the brand new offices with the most modern technology with the patient experience at the front of mind. That is on Manchester in Baldwin. One of the very few dental offices that offer virtual consultations with the doctor. How about that? You don't have to leave the house. No phone calls needed to get in. If you do get an appointment, just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No dental insurance? No problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100westdental.com. Give them my name, get $1,000 off Invisalign. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brandon Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
You have heard the name Stiefel. They're all over town. They sponsor everything, including this award-winning broadcast dossier. But did you know they're also throwing one of the biggest parties St. Louis has seen since the Parade Down Market back in 2019. It's the Stiefel Charity Classic. A new title, new energy, and it's all going down September 4th through the 7th at Norwood Hills Country Club, where golf legends from the PGA Tour champions will battle. Did we mention there is a concert? OAR is performing live at the Friday night community concert presented by CarShield. That's right, Of a Revolution is bringing the good vibes, the sing-alongs, and probably a few thousand people who still know every word to Shattered. Friday tickets cost $50. Golf and OAR are included. These bad boys selling faster than a Friday foursome at the Dotem. And kids 16 and under, active military veterans and first responders, you are all in free. So, again, that is Stiefel, STIFEL, charityclassic.com. We will see you there at the tournament.
Doug, what are we doing?
This is a Tuesday afternoon.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. I've heard this song plenty. I just never knew I'm poor lyrically.
Yeah, me too.
How long you want me to let go? I'll do whatever you say.
Okay. I don't care. It takes a while to get to anything else.
So you don't like the way Jackson started?
Well, he's fine.
I am fine.
The boy's trying.
Smooching with the boys.
Is that condescending at all?
No, I kind of liked it. I like it, Sometimes I need to be put in my place.
Okay.
I'm a bad boy.
We'll say that every time now when the wrong thing gets played. The boy is trying.
Jackson, this was in your Stiefel dossier. If you're looking forward to watching NFL and college games on Fox and you're a YouTube TV client, you might have a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jackson Burkett. The boy is trying.
The boy is trying. That might be a new something I put on top of each segment is the boy is trying segment from the desk of Jack B. According to a report by Austin Karp, the Sports Business Journal, Fox and YouTube TV are currently at some sort of carriage impasse.
Yeah, I received this email as a YouTube TV client yesterday.
Yeah, that could threaten a blackout of Fox-owned networks on the Google-owned platform. Pop-up ads just left and right. Should a carriage agreement fail to be reached, the Fox Broadcast Network, FS1, FS2, Big Ten Network would all go dark on YouTube TV just as football season is about to kick off. Ah, yes. Another football season, and even totally internet-based company is still dealing with network carriage issues.
Well, they'll probably get it settled the night before the big games. If not, we'll miss 1 week, and then there'll be panic, and then they'll get it settled.
They'll get it squared away before.
This is an August tradition. This is when, and really one of the only times, that these networks and these platforms will have their leverage, because live television in 2025 is really dictated by sports, and what is the sport that carries the most viewership? It is football, and alas, that is why you will see them go down right around this time.
Yep.
Because you're going to get the greatest pushback. If you try to pull this in June, good luck.
Right, there you wouldn't have any leverage. Yeah, Jimmy Trana, who is the Sports Illustrated media guy, who's a good follow on Twitter, would recommend. Says, don't get nervous if you have YouTube TV. There is a 0% chance that would last until the first Sunday of the NFL season. As from the SI media, sports media expert.
Right.
And I tend to agree. Although there was, ESPN had some with DirecTV, I want to say 2 years ago, and that got solved like a week or two in the college football, which was really sucked. That was lame. Because it literally, as Mizzou was about to start their first drive of the season, Brady Cook's taking the field, it goes to a blackout saying there's a carriage issue. Like, just brutal. But you're right. Tim's right. It's an August tradition.
You're right, Tim. You're right.
Good for you, Doug. Katie Wu has her mailbag part 2 up on The Athletic, and she has asked whether or not she sees Oli Marmol managing the Cardinals. What does she have to say? We'll tell you coming up on the other side of the break. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Now, Doug, I know you have your eyes on the 2025 wild card race.
Mm-hmm.
Cardinals 5.5 back after a Jim Dandy last night walk-off with Alec Burleson, who was raking last night. And Wilson Contreras got tossed, then tossed his bat at Brant Brown.
Hit him.
That. You had the all-time lowest attendance. So a lot of things going on last night at Busch Stadium. And Katie Wu just posted on The Athletic her part 2 of her Cardinal mailbag. Here is the query she was asked by a gentleman by the name of Dennis K.
Okay.
Do you foresee Oli Marmol managing in 2026 and as part of 2025, him managing for his job? Katie writes the following. This is purely speculation, but I would be quite surprised if Marmol does not return as the Cardinal manager next season, the final year of the 3-year extension he signed ahead of the 2024 season. It's fair to question any manager's future when a new front office is coming in, but in Marmol's case, it's hardly black and white. The Cardinals are not expecting to be competitive next year. And I don't know if that's part of their marketing or not.
Probably.
Bloom and ownership want to emphasize player development, an area Marmol is well experienced in after spending 16 years coaching in the Cardinal minor league system before making his way to the big league staff in 2017. He's done an admirable job in ensuring ample playing time for the majority of the young players the front office wanted to see, despite a roster without much wiggle room. While some organizations like to avoid a lame duck term when it comes to their manager, it makes sense if Bloom wants a trial season with Marmol before making a definitive decision. As for how Marmol's handling the uncertainty, both about the organization's future and his own, he talked with Ken Rosenthal earlier in the month for an expansive Q&A, and his answers do not reflect someone who does not plan to be here next year. I would agree with Katie's assessment of the entire situation, both where I think the Cardinals probably are and also the way I read into Bloom's comments, Marmol's comments to Rosenthal. And then Rosenthal also came away with the same conclusion. He thinks that Marmol will be back next year as well.
Yeah, I kind of think he will be. I don't sense that a lot of people are blaming him for what's gone wrong.
I would agree with that as well. I think we heard, and this is me and Jackson now speaking to Balloon Party in 2023 and 24, a hell of a lot more complaining about Oli Marmol in 2023 and 2024 than we did in 2025.
Yeah, for sure. No question about
He
that.
doesn't make many moves on the field where you go, what in the world is he thinking?
Right.
In 2023, they were awful, and they were coming off of, in particular, Game 1 of that series with the Phillies, which irritated a number of Cardinal fans that day, well before 2023 was a dumpster fire.
Right. And I think as the years go on, he's shown a lot more of his personality, and I think it becomes even more transparent that the front office does a lot in terms of roster construction and even game-to-game management. So to put it on him, like you could replace him, but what is that actually going to accomplish?
Jackson, you've described Lisa as a gem? Is
Indeed.
Well, I don't know who she's calling spineless, but she just wrote spineless.
Probably all of us.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see that for myself.
We're all just like mice that can fit underneath a door.
Right. Right.
I just want access to interviews.
Skeletal stuff.
Give me interviews. I want your interviews.
You want that 8-second soundbite. That's all we live for. It's a good, short, concise soundbite.
Right. Just
10 seconds or less.
Yeah. Anything will do.
Mm-hmm.
The Cardinals refused to sign a free agent last offseason, and people think they'll pay somebody not to coach. That's from Steven time.
It's also astute, maybe. I don't know.
Lisa's back. She says, you all have spines. I'm done with managers not with no experience.
Not with no experience.
I think she means managers who do not have experience. Again, Doug, sometimes that autocorrect can
I'll tell you,
snag a lady or a gentleman.
Marmol's not spineless holding off Contreras last night. Some good
Yeah,
wide
Marmol
base.
and Descalzo were way more active than young Nolan Gorman, who kind of got out of the way, and then he's like, I guess I got to get involved in this.
He didn't seem. He was deciding. He was like, I could probably step in, but
And I always have the thought, what if no one had stepped in? Then what? What's he going to do? Tackle the umpire?
No,
Punch him?
No, I think it would just be get more in his face, and then probably create even more blatant contact, and then get suspended. I think he was nervous that he's going to go over there and hurt anybody.
But it almost looks worse when you hold him back, and then he tries to get out from the manager's clutches like he wants to do something physical against him.
Hey, if you are looking to attack an umpire, but you're feeling like you don't necessarily have the energy to do so, maybe that's where Mentality can help you out. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Energy can come roaring back, belly fat can burn off, and muscle can strengthen, and you can feel like yourself again, confident, driven, and ready to tackle life. It's Mentality. Check out mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. I have been tested there. I was in and out in 20 minutes with a super easy experience, friendly staff. It's Mentality. mentalityhealth.com/radio. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming up, it's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. Online at igotfloored.com. You can go online at igotfloored.com right now, and you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That's incredible compensation in this industry. You just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason he has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and it's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win last night in walk-off fashion thanks to an Alec Burleson home run. The Cardinals are back in action tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Andre Puente on the mound. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Doug, you ready for the designer heating and cooling email today?
Well, as ready as I can be.
Let's do it. Buck Swope with a 1-goal lead as he heads down the stretch in the month of August. Talk about the past repeating itself. The Contreras antics reminded me of the craziest thing I ever saw on a baseball diamond. Pioneers Old Timers game, all tied up, and the Ducks were on the pond for the Nipper graduates. Big bat.
Knifer. And I didn't go to Knifer. I went to North.
Boy, this is like Carly Simon and Warren Beatty. Why do you think this email's about you?
Well, feels like it. It's coming. It's Kevin Miller, isn't it? It's Kevin Miller. Yes, it is.
A borderline strike and time for extra innings. Then he just snapped. I'm a Kirkwood High School's outstanding alumni inductee. I've got a giant igloo drink dispenser full of Arnold Palmers, and I'm ready to party. And then he threw a whole bucket of French letters onto the field. That's from Neil, and his last name is Down.
Neil Dewan. He's new. Who am I kidding? It's Kevin Miller. It was Kevin Miller, wasn't it? I think it was.
B.O., I know what that's all about. The technical term is malodorous? Malodorous? Thank you. Boy, this was spelled
poorly, very poorly.
And I've got it, but good. But you give me lemons, I'm going to make lemonade. I've just filed a lawsuit for false advertisement. Secret strong enough for a man, made for a woman. But it ain't working because you can smell me from a country mile away. Doug got some Midge.
Why did we need to know that?
I like Midge. She sends half emails.
Does every Catholic school hold their fall parents mixer at Napoli? There's fall parents mixers?
I don't think so.
Asking for trouble.
Attended my first one last night on a Monday night. God almighty.
Let's get after it.
Scene. I'm just living. I'm out of the social scene now at this point. And it was basically a live-action performance of middle-class people pretending to be wealthy Manhattan socialites. The moms came armed with YSL bags, financed at 28% APR, and monogrammed Stanleys rattling with Tito's. Dad strutted around in hey-doos, loudly reminding anyone who'd listen that they could have gone to SLU High if only grades and tuition hadn't gotten in the way. Kid names were barked like commands across the bar. Bruxton, Declan, Zaley May, Noxton, Riker, Jet, and Mabrin.
Noxton.
With 3 X's.
Bruxton, that's not your Pellegrino. It's Father Mike's mixer, Zaley May. Stop asking if Napoli validates parking. Half these folks drive Altimas.
Hey, easy. I drive an Altima.
Noxton, quit eating all the communion breadsticks. By the second round of St. Alphonsus of Perpetual Hanbaum, the PTO election vote devolved into an argument about whether or not an A-frame in Innsbruck qualifies as lake culture. Then all the dads Venmoed $47.83 a piece for their half of the bill because God forbid someone just pick it up. The night ended with a tearful toast to the Catholic community shouted by a dad whose BMW lease is more underwater than the golf cart Iggy drove on the Normandy course after that monsoon ripped North County apart. Doug, that's from Riot's dad.
Riot's dad.
And finally, from the desk of Buck Swope, imagine scoring an email today win to take the lead in the August standings only, or the standings to remain tied. Now I'm not going to MF the scorekeeper and get teed up like Norman Pale.
That's right.
This isn't as important as Shishawali trivia night in a Catholic grade school gym with suspect air conditioning on the hottest day of the year.
It's hot.
Nor is remedial math boy's oversight on the scorekeeping as egregious as erroneously having Mark Mulder and not Albert Pujols as the correct answer for who hit the first Cardinal home run at the new Busch Stadium. Now, with regards to the Cardinals' tone-deaf front office, my suggestion would be to not let Mo or Triple Stick speak publicly anymore and bring in someone like Brian Lamping who can actually relate to the fans, and obviously free President-elect Chaim Bloom to articulate his MLB's long-term visions for fans to buy into. The reality is that the org started resting on its laurels as soon as they started hiring underqualified managers, all three of whom subsequently crapped themselves in the postseason. See Michael Wacha, 2014. Doug, was that Travis Ishikawa?
I believe it was, yeah.
Alex Reyes, 2021. Doug, was that Chris Taylor?
I think so, yeah.
Ryan Helsley, 2022. Doug, was that a potpourri of people?
It's the whole lineup.
And there's been zero course correction since, nor has there been accountability for the org allowing player development to go off the rails. Rather than employ a long-term strategy to win the World Series, the org chose to tread water every year to acquire second and third-tier players, and now they can't even stay in contention in MLB's watered-down postseason. We're sitting here again talking about the same things. That's from Buck Swope DVA, the Recessed Lady's Breast, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. There's one question left to ask you, and that question is, what you got?
I think the best one today was a fellow by the name of Riot's dad.
I agree. Norman Pale got me, but Riot's dad.
Riot's dad.
Riot's dad has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. According to the standings in front of me, that means there is a tie for first right now.
That's accurate.
With 3 emails of the day remaining in the month of August, Doug, can you imagine what this is going to feel like in 3 days?
So much excitement.
That's
I'll try to get through it, though.
All right, there it is. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next for Little Jackie Papers, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.